Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Good afternoon. Welcome to Brussels. Welcome. I hope you've enjoyed your lunch. And thank you so much for those of you who are in the room. And I know there's more probably coming in during the course of the next 20 minutes or so. It's just wonderful to have you all here in the room, and also a huge welcome to those of you joining us online. This will be streamed and available for you to share afterwards as well. My name is Lisa Burke, and it's really an honor to be with you as your host for this afternoon and tomorrow. I know there's a huge amount of work that's gone into it from the organizational team, and we hope that with the presentations that you'll see this afternoon, and of course the all-important networking sessions, you will get to meet many more people that you don't yet know. So if we just take a look at the program, you can see it, of course, also on your badges. This is how it will stand for this afternoon. And what is very important is that we really want you to take part. It's truly a participatory event. You will see also, perhaps through the event app, which you must download, because we're going to have a lot of Slido questions available. So this is one way in which you can download the event app. You just scan this QR code, or you go to the App Store, Google Play Store, Cvent Events, you download it, and then of course you do the search for FI Campus 2024. We can already see how many of you have downloaded it. It is not all of you, but we really do want you to do it for a couple of reasons. One is that you will have to vote. We want you to vote for the Showcase Awards. You can see them, of course, outside as well, where you're having lunch, and we've got a few other events there as well. You can also, of course, interact with one another and meet one another that way too. So you log in with the email address that you used for the event registration. And the other thing to mention is that every 24 hours, for security reasons, you will have to log on again. Now, the FI Campus Showcase, as you saw, I saw many of you eating your lunch around the booths out there. Hopefully you were speaking to some of them. All of the instructions of how to put in your submission to vote for your favorite. You scan this also, and we really want you to vote. We will have, actually, at the end of this afternoon, we will have the showcases pitching 2 minutes each, and then hopefully after that and through the course of tomorrow morning, you can talk with them, of course, through the course of this afternoon as well, in the coffee breaks, and think about their projects and vote for the favorite, because that will be announced at 2 p.m. tomorrow. So please do vote for them as well. And finally, another interactive event. You may not have seen it just yet, but when you go up to the first floor, there will be about 20 teams of you, and it's the FI Campus, the FI Olympics rather, the FI Olympics, not the Olympics, the FI Olympics. And so you and your teammates, you are going to embark on the FI Olympics, and you're going to rack up the points, but it means you can't miss any session. So in the first coffee break this afternoon, there'll be your first 6 questions, and then at the end of closing on day 3, the 3 top teams will receive the coveted FI Olympic medals. Very, very important. And of course, just finally to say, when you have downloaded the app as well, which I hope you've done now, because even in our first session, we will have Slido questions, because it's so important to have your feedback. It's going to be keynotes and speeches and discussions, panel discussions, but with you participating either in person in the room or through the Slido questions as well. The sessions, the plenary sessions, are being recorded, and they will be made available to you after the event. Of course, please try to enlarge this community with LinkedIn or Twitter, social media. You can see the hashtag there, hashtag FICampus. Yes, I'm sure the organizational team, the marketing committee will be very, very happy if you can all act as multipliers and encourage others to follow. And with that, that is my introduction. A very, very warm welcome to you all, and I hope you're revved up after a wonderful lunch to take part. So please give a huge welcome to the stage our first 2 speakers, who are Jonathan Dennis, Head of Financial Instruments and International Financial Institution Relations Unit at DG Regio from the European Commission, and also Frank Lee, who is Head of Financial Intermediary Advisory Division at the European Investment Bank.
Good afternoon. Welcome to our Midsummer FI campus. And before I explain why we've chosen these dates, I'd like to thank all of you from member states who regard midsummer as holiday. I know in the Baltic states you're normally not working, so and there may be other member states who have this tradition as well. If you come from one of those member states and you're here today, many, many thanks. We appreciate your presence and to disrupt your holiday time. And I don't think anybody in Brussels would come to anything you organised in August. So we really do appreciate your presence here. Why now? We finish on Thursday lunchtime. And then to take up the Olympics theme, we pass the torch over to the European Council, about 3 kilometres that way. And that European Council is going to probably select the political leadership for the Union for the next 5 years. And once those political leaders are chosen, we will then go into 18 months of thinking about how to finance the future of the Union, concluding probably at the end of next year. And what is clear in these turbulent times is that the Union budget is very unlikely to increase. It's quite unlikely to stay the same, and it's very probable that it will decrease. So we will have to do more with less. And that's where we come in. Not just me and Frank, but all of us. Because we are the financial instruments practitioners, the financial instruments community, and we can do more with less. And we've done that over a long period of time now, 20 years. We know how to do it. So we want your input, we want your ideas about how to do things better in the future, how to do things differently, and some of the thinking that's going on within the Commission at the moment is that we may pay in a different way. Instead of paying against actual expenditure, we may adopt something that the RRF has been doing, which is under cohesion policy, we will pay against reforms, pay against milestones, pay against the achievement of targets. And we have and we would like your input on how we can do this, because we're at a very early stage of thinking about how to do this, and now is the time for you to inform and influence us in our thinking. Another thing we might consider doing is for certain activities, for example SMEs or energy efficiency, we reduce significantly the possibility of financing this activity with grants, and we really try to force it through into financial instruments. Currently 36% of the allocated expenditure for SMEs will be delivered through financial instruments, and 20% of energy efficiency. This isn't high enough. This isn't good enough, because these are revenue-generating activities, cost-saving activities, and we can finance these through financial instruments, because there is the revenue to repay the loan, and so on. So, can I echo what Lisa said? Please participate. Please get involved. Please network. Please come forward with all your ideas. Over the next 2 days, no idea is stupid. We really are thinking about the future. We're thinking about how to do things differently, how to do things better. And We are very honoured tomorrow afternoon to have Commissioner Ferreira, Commissioner for Cohesion Reforms, and EIB President Calvino here to discuss their take on cohesion and on financial instruments. So I'm very much looking forward to that fireside chat. And with that, thank you very much indeed for attending, and Frank.
No? Yeah, there we go. So thank you very much, Lisa, for the introduction. Thank you, John. And also from me, welcome to all of you. On behalf of the European Investment Bank's advisory team, the FI Compass team, we hope that you will find the next 2 days, let's say, half day plus full day plus half day, interesting. We've certainly gone to a lot of work with our Commission colleagues to pull together what we think are interesting topics to discuss. As Jonathan said, we're at a critical moment, I guess, in terms of knowing what's going to happen post-2027. And one thing that seems fairly sure is that the use and role of financial instruments will need to increase. And I think that we obviously use this event to celebrate all the activities that are going on, all the activities that you, as the audience, are doing. We're here to obviously share that knowledge, share that experience. So again, I will echo what Lisa and Jonathan have said. This is about you, please, sharing with us and sharing amongst yourselves, learning from each other, which is often the best way to do things. And obviously, we hope to be able to also provide you with some new content and some new ideas and some new aspirations of how to do more with financial instruments, because we definitely need to do more as a group. So I will not say any more. I leave it to the presenters to discuss their topics and highlight what we're going to be going over the next few days. Enjoy yourselves. Make the most of the networking events, please. There are lots of them, including our dinner and cocktailing events tonight and tomorrow. So make the most of it and enjoy yourselves. Thank you very much.
Okay. We've been doing financial instruments in cohesion policy for 20 years now. We started very small, about $500 million in 1994, 1999. And during that period, I remember in DG Regio, the expression was, financial instruments are the future of cohesion policy. The trouble is, people were still saying that 10 years later. But this is me saying this is the first time I've heard this for about 2 years. So I think financial instruments are now the present. And the amounts have increased over the years. In particular, 713 went up a lot, and 1420 went up even further. And here's the trend across programming periods. So we see a very big increase since 2000-2006 in terms of the amount of money allocated towards financial instruments within cohesion policy. And then on the right-hand side, the blue map is, or the blue chart, is the 2014-2020 up to date. We only have data up until the end of 2022. We won't have the final data until early 2026. And in particular, you see there from 2019 to 2020 a very sharp increase, which was largely working capital for SMEs during COVID. And that was an example of financial instruments being a quick, a rapid acting instrument faster than grants because the financial instruments were already set up and you just needed to put more money into them. And that is the advantage of financial instruments. That once they are set up, they are flexible and they can be reinforced with more resources as necessary. And 2020 is an excellent example of that happening. And then for 21-27, we have a planned amount of 18 billion, but don't worry, that amount will increase because in each programming period, what's allocated at the beginning has already increased during the programming period. So we are still relatively near the beginning of the programming period in terms of the implementation of financial instruments. This will increase over time. The effect of financial instruments is one of the most important effects is leverage. And you can see that of the 16 billion paid to final recipients, this has mobilized 61 billion of additional financing, both public and private. So it's nearly 4 times the amount paid to final recipients. Now, 4 is a very good, acceptable figure for leverage. Other instruments get a lot more, but I sometimes wonder at what cost. But if you take the 61 billion and compare that with the cohesion budget, it represents 15% of the total cohesion budget. Now, in 18 months' time, when the European leaders meet to decide on the next multi-annual financial framework, the union budget for the post-2027 period, they will be arguing about, well into the small hours of the morning, about 200 million here and 50 million there, and there'll be all these little things. But these amounts, which cause all the political argument and which generate all the headlines in the European press, are tiny compared with the impact that 16 billion invested in financial instruments, paid to final recipients, can generate 61 billion, and these little amounts are just little and they're small. The impact of financial instruments on the European economy is immense. The other thing from this side that I'd like to emphasise is the amounts repaid, which is 3.2 billion. And again, that's till the end of 2022. So there are still lots of financial instruments which will carry on repaying, and that figure of 3.2 billion will increase considerably over time. And then again, the support to final recipients over time, and you can see that in each programming period, and the first data point is 2015, not 2014. So financial instruments take a little time to start up, but then they really do grow. And again, you see the COVID effect from 2019 to 2020. And there are some really impressive figures there. Nearly 800,000 final recipients, over 650,000 SMEs, and 500,000 micro enterprises, as well as 100,000 individuals. Now, imagine how much bigger those figures could be if we started investing more of the cohesion budget in financial instruments. And finally, coming back to what I said just now about this is a key point in the European cycle, in the cycle of the Union. We've had the European elections in May. The political leadership will be selected, hopefully at the end of this week. and then the new Commission will begin its work in the autumn. So what we are trying to do over these 2 days is to think about the need for a strong cohesion policy. Jacques Delors said the single market can't exist without a cohesion policy, because without cohesion policy, the wealth would be concentrated in the wealthiest places, and the poorer places would lose out. So we are reflecting on the need for a strong cohesion policy, and then looking at two key themes. One is energy efficiency and decarbonisation, and we will have 2 sessions on that over the next couple of days, as well as thematic sessions on Thursday morning, and then SMEs, where we will be talking about the impact that financial instruments have on SMEs and in terms of their competitiveness, and so on. As well as, and then the theme for tomorrow afternoon will be very much about how can we improve cohesion policy, how can we improve the way we do financial instruments, and what lessons can we draw from other methods of financing which we could import into cohesion policy financing. So, to repeat, please provide us with your input. Please, if we provoke ideas in your mind, please share them. Either through Slido in the sessions, or coming up to see me or Frank or one of our teams and tell us face to face during the coffee breaks. We need, in order to design post 2027, we need your input. It's a really timely point at which to make your input, because a long time ago, when I worked in the UK government and I was dealing with the Commission from the outside, the one thing that we were taught, or one thing that was repeated to us again and again, if you get to the Commission first or early, you can guide the Commission's thinking. You can guide the Commission's thinking in the way that you want it to, rather than having to negotiate it in the Council of Ministers or lobby your MEP to try to correct it later. So we want you to provide us the input so that we start off in the right place for post 2027. We need your help. I'm looking forward to receiving it. Thank you very much.
So, just to say that more and more people seem to be coming in at the back of the room. There's no seats at the back of the room, because that's where you all go when you come in. But there's a lot of seats up here towards the front. Not necessarily the front row, because nobody likes sitting in the front row, but at least from about row 4, 5, 6, lots of seats. So please, if you're feeling cramped, come forward. One of the other things I love about speaking after Jonathan is that he always says what I'm going to say. And we've discussed this in the past, but it doesn't seem to get any better. And I'm always going second. But, okay, 2 things. There's always a silver lining to these clouds, right? Two positive things. Is that at least we're thinking alike. And the other major positive thing is it allows me to speak for less time. So, I did, however, prepare some slides. And those of you who know me know that I like to show pictures rather than words. Usually I find it has a better impact on people. These are examples of things that we've done together in Phi Compass over the last year or so. In fact, I think it's a year or more or less. So quite a lot, actually. And what you see is Scale up is again mentioned. This is something that was also on Jonathan's slides. It's obviously reinforcing an important point, that we are now at a point where lots of instruments have been piloted, lots of instruments have been tested, but we need to move to the next stage if we really want to have the kind of impact that we need to have to take care of all the investment needs that are out there with less public money that is likely to be available. So scale up is one of those areas that is particularly exciting for us, as is the continuing rollout of the model financial instrument combined with grants that we worked on together in 2022 under the Repower EU initiative, and this was something we also discussed in a lot more detail last year, at the end of last year in Vilnius. We had a fantastic event at the beginning of this year in Athens, where we looked at the equity instruments. Massive potential, of course, here as well. Not enough being done, certainly in this area, particularly for innovation and new technologies, etc. And of course, today's, well, the next few days is very much focused on the ERDF and cohesion funds, but not to forget, of course, that under FiCampus we're also working with our other colleagues in the other DGs responsible for the shared management funds and the agricultural funds. And here also quite a lot of exciting work being done to identify new opportunities, again, to scale up and more use of financial instruments. This also includes some work we've done in an exciting area under the ESF, workers' buyout. And in the bottom right corner you see, last but not least, our revamped website, which I hope most of you have already visited by now. We'd obviously like to hear your feedback, as long as it's positive. But we do hope that it's much easier to use now, easier to find things, finding the material, and obviously we have every year more and more material available to share with you. What's next? Scale up, I mentioned that already. Particularly important, as I said, in the area of energy efficiency and small-scale renewables. We've been having a discussion actually literally this morning with a very knowledgeable group of managing authorities and national promotional banks, all of which are trying to do more in this particular area, whether it's buildings, whether it's SMEs. Energy efficiency and renewables is clearly a major theme, and one that is obviously suited for financial instrument, particularly if we can combine them with grants. The second point, which I think is also useful, and Jonathan touched on it, is proving to the stakeholders, proving to the politicians that financial instruments actually have more impact, particularly on SMEs and particularly on the competitiveness of SMEs, than do grants. And I think I might be preaching to the converted. I think you would agree that this is, and you have a feeling that this is the case, but how do we actually prove that? It's not an easy thing to prove, actually, if you want to do it in a robust way and a credible way. But nevertheless, DG Regio gave us the challenge, and we're trying to deliver, and we hope that the results of this will become available to us all towards the end of the year. Again, probably at a very critical and important time in the MFF preparations. Building on the experience of Athens, we are also hoping to publish soon a model financial instrument for equity investments. The grant combinations, obviously, I think you all will admit, is a really key topic, a real game changer in how we will be able to mobilize more financial instruments and use the grants in a much more impactful way, giving incentives in certain areas, policy areas. We were grateful for what has been done in the CPR this time round to allow for this combination to happen in an easier way. But as you all know, devil is in the detail. And these are the issues that we constantly are talking about and need to talk more about. And as you actually experience this on the ground, we need to share those learnings so that others can have more confidence in taking this game changer experience forward. Scale up as well also, of course, comes with mobilizing additional resources. Again, not new to you who are using financial instruments. With less public budgets going forward, more investment needs on the ground, it's obvious that we need to mobilize the resources primarily of the private sector. We're all hearing now about the capital markets union being reinvigorated. We're hearing about new ways in which we need to bring in new kinds of investors, pension funds, insurance companies, retail investors, etc. Of course, IFIs, including EIB, and of course the national promotional banks, all have a role to play, as do of course the commercial banks across the union. So this is really an interest for us. How do we scale things up? How do we bring in more resources and more investment? And I guess a little bit more short term is we hope that we will have a productive Fee Campus this year. And next year, those of you who have been following Fee Campus will realize that it is going to be our 10th birthday. So we do expect to be having a big celebration next year. Maybe less discussion and topics and more champagne and drinks. We'll see how it works out. But anyway, for this year, as I said before, please enjoy yourselves. Please share the knowledge and experience. Learn from others. And yes, we look forward to continuing the collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it already feels quite celebratory with this wonderful backdrop. So huge congratulations to the team who've developed this as well, and the visuals, because that makes us all feel a little bit happier. Now it's your turn to get involved. So hopefully all of you, even the latecomers, have downloaded the Cvent Events app through Google or your normal app store on Apple, etc. Because through that we've got Slido, and so we've got here you can join also via this method, of course. Just scan the QR code. We have some questions coming up for you right now. You can also see, in the top right-hand corner there, I saw there was the Wi-Fi code for this area. So, first question: do you consider that Fee Campus products helped you in your work with financial instruments? Oh, one person maybe has voted. Perhaps this is a little bit biased, this question.
It's a bit North Korean, isn't it?
Is there anybody? Well, at least it's anonymous, so you can... Oh, right. Okay, here we go. So we'll leave each question on for roughly 20 seconds or so, just to see the answers coming in. We'll take that as yes. We'll take that as a yes. Let's move on to the next question. If yes, at which stage? So awareness raising, ex-ante assessment, setup, implementation, audit, closure, publicity. I don't yet know, but again, I will ask the organizational team if these questions can be kept up, because they are quite interesting, the answers. Have you any views on the answers as they come in? You're looking carefully there, Jonathan. Quietly, carefully.
Yes, it's...
Implementation, okay.
Yes, no, implementation is clearly the most important, but
yeah.
Awareness raising and setup. I'm surprised setup isn't more.
Okay, well there we go, that's that one. Question number 3. Which Fee Campus products do you consider the most useful in your work? And you can click more than one answer. So, podcasts, case studies. There's a podcast tonight, by the way. Events like this event. Knowledge hubs, thematic webinars, country-specific support, videos, or other. Oh, so you're all very happy to be here. This is good. We have many case studies as well. And you see, if they were asking this after tonight, the podcast will, I'm sure, rev up there. Any thoughts here?
Well, I mean, obviously it would be good to know why people voted for certain things. I mean, I imagine that the high vote for Fee Campus is probably because of the networking and the knowledge exchange that can happen on the ground. I might be wrong, but I assume
and
that's
because they're all here.
because we're all here and we can talk to one another, exactly.
We have a very kind audience, I think, at the moment. Question number 4. Are you from an MA, a public financial intermediary, private financial intermediary, or final recipients, or other? Okay, so that's the audience that we have here who have logged on to Slido.
There's too many others. Who are these others?
This one's changing quite rapidly.
Is that the commission? Okay, that would explain, perhaps. Yeah. Should have had a commission category.
And finally, in this Slido session, and this is for you, free for all. Right, when Phi Campus is mentioned, 3 items, 3 words that come to mind. So this is a word game. What about you two? What comes to your mind? You can go first this time, Frank.
Yeah, I guess knowledge sharing, I hope, is going to be one. I can see there's knowledge.
It's one of the big ones, knowledge, yeah.
Fun. Ooh.
I was going to say fun, yes.
Fun.
I thought it would be irresponsible
knowledge
of me to say
and
it,
fun.
but other
Well, we
people
have
seem
those
to,
two.
seem to agree.
Any words there that jump out at you that you hadn't thought about? Knowledge sharing is there, I see it there. It's growing since you mentioned it. EIB is there.
And commission isn't.
The other.
Anything that's not there that you would hope to be there? The
Travel.
networking comes into why people like these events coming together.
Wine. Ooh.
That comes under networking.
Wine and travel.
Networking.
These are big ones. Vision.
So any final thoughts? Any other observations? Anything you'd like to leave the audience with before we move on?
No, I'm really pleased that networking is so important because, in particular, since COVID, actually getting together, talking to one another, it's the casual conversations, the ones that you don't plan, are the really useful ones. And I think if we can maximize those over the next 2 days, that'll be terrific. And on knowledge, I think this time is a little bit less knowledgey. We're not going to talk about specific provisions of the CPR and that sort of thing. It's a little bit more future orientated and more interactive.
And case studies.
And case studies, yes. So it's and I mean.
I think there's
somebody has put grants there, which I'm very disappointed with. But,
I think there's a fair bit of knowledge sharing. There will be knowledge sharing, but in an approachable way. Let's put it this way: a friendly way, friendly knowledge sharing. Well, thank you both so much. And if you want to talk about your podcast this evening, a word on that.
Well, we don't want to let too much out the bag, right? But we do have our podcast, which is all the way up on the 8th floor this evening. There's actually quite a lot of space, so hopefully most of you will come. It's your chance to ask us anything. I'm not sure what that really means, but we'll have to see if we censor a few questions. But yeah, you'll obviously be able to hear from myself, Jonathan, Oana, and Emily, our views on your questions, really. And hopefully other people in the audience will give their views too.
And while we're on the note of making sure you download things, they should also download...
Tell me, Lisa.
Your podcast.
Our podcast. Oh, you mean the one we've done
This
before?
is an advertising spot I'm giving you here.
This is my moment to shine, yes.
Well, they're here, so they've clearly listened to it.
Yeah, of course. They've all downloaded it on Spotify and any other medium. I suppose it's available on the other one as well. Thank you both so much. Thank you. Thank you. So now we're moving on to the first interactive discussion section. It's taking energy efficiency financial instruments to the next level. So we've heard already the EU has set itself ambitious targets. We know that already, particularly in terms of energy efficiency, which are key to driving its energy transition. Very, very important, one of the top pillars for the EU. We've also heard from Jonathan, limited public resources available, magnitude of investments ahead. So how will financial instruments play a role in this? Please welcome the experts to the stage. We have Mark Bato, Senior Advisor, ESIF Regulatory Department from the Ministry of Public Administration and Regional Development in Hungary. We also have Eva Petkova, the Director for Sustainable Cities Fund Bulgaria. Please welcome to the stage. Jeve Petkevishute, Chief Partnerships Manager, Business Development Department in Vega, Lithuania. Alexis Kanevius, Project Manager and Deputy Head of Department, Altum, Latvia. Yes, they deserve a round of applause, yes. And we have Andrzej Urbanik, the DG Regio European Commission. And that's a big entrance there for Emily Smith, the Financial Intermediary Advisory from the European Investment Bank.
Hi, good afternoon. So we're going to talk about scaling up again. I think we've all heard that word about 20 times already, so hopefully you're getting one of the key themes of the event. So why energy efficiency financial instruments? So we all know that energy efficiency is a key priority in this current programming period. We also know it makes a huge amount of sense in terms of its impact on reducing costs for companies and individuals, and also in terms of energy security and EU resilience. But there is a huge need to accelerate investments to meet EU targets. Around 275 billion of additional expenditure per year is needed to meet those targets in 2030. We also know there is insufficient funding available to meet the funding gap, and we also know that there are limited incentives available to help mobilise and encourage those investments. So we see a huge role for financial instruments in this area to help make most and more efficient use of the funding that we have available to us, and also to make good use of the new flexibilities that were introduced in the current CPR in relation to grant combination. So let's have a look at what's been allocated in response to those challenges. So even though this is an increase from previous programming periods, financial instruments in this sector account for only 1/5 of the budget, which is a little bit disappointing. So we really need to work together and understand actually what are the reasons for that relatively low allocation. What are the challenges that managing authorities are facing when they're looking to increase their financial instrument activity in the sector? And importantly, what can we all do to work together to try and address some of those issues? So let's delve into some of the key reasons why we think energy efficiency financial instruments are not really having the true level of impact that they could have. So we've got low market demand, so there is insufficient awareness of the benefits, I think, of energy efficiency investments. There are project-specific challenges, so often we hear there are high upfront costs, significant technical assistance needed to identify project pipelines, sometimes a shortage of qualified engineers to help mobilise and implement investment programmes. We see moderate but growing appetite from financial intermediaries, but we think there is a lot more we could do to help them in terms of putting in place some more scalable solutions, helping them address perceived risks, helping them navigate state aid. And there are also some country-specific situations that we need to try and overcome. So we hear reports of crowding out of financial instruments from grants, for instance. We hear issues with national legal systems and the ability for institutions to perhaps manage grants, and insufficient political support. So, in an attempt to try and address some of those issues, together with the European Commission and partners from 10 member states, we have developed what we've called the Fee Compass Scale-Up Programme. And this, in effect, is a working group that will meet over the next 18 months to work on identifying some of the reasons behind those challenges that I mentioned, and also identify new ones. But then importantly, to really put in place some solutions to help address those challenges. So really try and put in place some practical tools to help overcome the issues. We want to try and work with the partners in a very collaborative way. So we want the partners to actually run with some of the topics and have ownership of some of the topics and produce some of the material. And we want to, over the course of 18 months, pull all that material together and present it to you all at the end of that period in an event similar to one today. So this slide here, I won't read it all through, but this slide here shows the members of the Fee Compass Scale-Up Group. So you can see we've got really good geographic coverage, 10 member states, all working together now to try and address those issues that I mentioned. Specifically, this is the first work plan that we're sharing with you here. It may evolve over time, but these are the 4 areas that we want to work together with the partners to try and overcome. So the first one is combination of grants and financial instruments. So we know we've got really good basis now in the CPR. We know we've got the energy efficiency financial instrument model that I know has inspired many of you, and some of you are using it now in your instruments. But there are still, I think, some operational challenges in terms of translating that into concrete instruments. So we may look at perhaps producing some templates, helping managing authorities in terms of the who does what between the MA, the holding fund, the financial intermediary and so on, to really try and oil the wheels of how managing authorities might use the model. There's also, I think, an issue around credit risk. So there is a lack of evidence, I think, of the credit risk performance of energy efficiency financial instruments, which is deterring, we think, some participants, particularly from investing in the sector. So we would like to do some work with some of our more experienced financial instrument practitioners to try and use their evidence to build a bit more of a robust evidence base there to help try and reduce the perception of risk as you move forwards. State aid is obviously a big one. So as you all know, the state aid regime hasn't really kept pace with the CPR, in that we don't have dedicated measures for combined financial instruments in GBER, for instance. We hear state aid as a barrier time and time again, so we'd really like to work on that topic and perhaps encourage a managing authority, with our help and with the help of the group, to put in place a notification which could then act as a precedent for everybody else. And then finally, we have eligibility and impact assessment, and we will touch on this topic also on day 3 on the session on green investments. So we know that there are many different interpretations of what is and what isn't eligible in the green sector. So we'd like to really simplify that, and we'd like to explore how we can use things like the EIB Green Checker to help improve and facilitate implementation as we move forwards. So they are the 4 key areas that we will work on, and we're really happy that we're joined by 4 of our Fee Compass Scale-Up members on the panel today, and they will now, with the help of Lisa, I think, talk you through some of their challenges and issues and solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Emily. Thank you. So you have to sit next to me. Thank you very, very much. Well, I have a list of questions, and they know some of the things we'll talk about, but the best questions may come from you. So bear in mind that after a few questions from me, again, the floor will be open to you to ask this wonderful panel anything you wish, within reason. So first of all, Andrzej, I want to turn to you to really set out the ambitions of the European Commission.
Thank you, Lisa. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to start by saying that in the EU we have set very ambitious targets to decarbonize our economies and to make them carbon neutral. And this is the main reason why we need to increase the pace of investment supporting energy efficiency, also supporting renewable energy generation. Initially, this goal was mainly to alleviate negative consequences of human activities on climate and environment. Since the war in the East, we see that there is energy crisis on top. So I think that taking into account these difficult circumstances, I will not exaggerate by saying that making our houses less dependent on energy is not a matter of choice anymore, it's simply a necessity. Better, strongly insulated houses means less CO2 emissions, means cleaner air, so less air pollution, but it means also stronger resilience of our economies and stronger energy security. And last but not least, we see that energy efficiency investments can boost competitiveness of our European companies, because with lower energy bills they can lower their costs and be more productive on international market. Nevertheless, as it was said today already many times, energy transition is a very costly process, and this cannot be done without strong engagement of the private capital granted in the form of loans, equity instruments or guarantees. And I think that we need to be more persistent in convincing our stakeholders that this is the right time to act in an appropriate way. Now, when comparing allocations between the two financial perspectives, we see a very positive trend, what Jonathan has shown on his presentation. However, the situation is very uneven, and some member states are definitely more ambitious than the others. The ambition of the European Commission is, on one hand, to maintain these very ambitious levels of allocation to financial instruments, but at the same time, we would like to convince and encourage the managing authorities to try more and to launch some pilot projects that would contribute to higher allocation of financial instruments. An idea might be to launch a financial instrument supporting energy efficiency investments in the public buildings, or the financial instrument supporting energy performance contracting by ESCO companies. At the same time, we will be continuously preaching about all advantages that financial instruments have and offer compared to grants. We will focus on the brilliant provisions of the new CPR, that are the combinations. And of course, we have very high hopes and expectations about the Scale-Up initiative. We think that this innovative approach of bringing together all experts, all practitioners, will first of all allow us to identify all the pitfalls and all the bottlenecks, but mostly to elaborate on a very, very concrete and pragmatic solutions that could be replicated in the member states that are, for example, not yet there, or those who would like to start their journey with financial instruments but they don't know how to do it. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. I was very polite there. I tried not to interrupt at all. I just want to turn to the other panelists now. Eva, I'll start with you, actually. I would really like you to explain to us, maybe we can pass the microphone down to Eva. We have a glut of microphones this end. To explain to us why financial instruments are so key to energy efficiency investments, and your ambitions for this period, and why you think grants are not taken up. I mean, we saw the pie chart there. Grants was about 3/4, financial instruments just about 1/4.
Yes. And do you hear me well? Grants are a big problem, especially in Bulgaria, for energy efficiency investments, because they crowd out financial instruments and private financing. And yes, we should tackle this challenge. In fact, we do not have still a fully fledged shared management financial instrument dedicated to energy efficiency. I'm part of the Sustainable Cities Fund. We are a body implementing financial instrument, Urban Development Fund. So the energy efficiency investments are part of the Urban Development Fund in 40-20 period and probably in 21-27 period. What we've seen in 14-20 period is that energy efficiency financed with 100% loan is not attractive, especially when competing with grant schemes, with 100% grant schemes, and that was the situation, and this situation is persisting. But all the stakeholders involved in Bulgaria are uniting around the power of financial instruments, and together with the fund of funds, with the managing authority of the regional development, all are united that the financial instruments are the future and that we should make huge steps forward to make them work, because we do need speed and scale. What we do with Fund FLAG, which is part of Sustainable Cities Fund, it's a state-owned institution that supports Bulgarian municipalities. We launched 2 weeks ago a financial instrument for clean energy transition. It's not supported by DRDF, it's supported by a LIFE program. And it will be something like a pilot project. It's about 22 million. And it will provide technical assistance for project preparation together with the investment loan only to public authorities in 3 directions: energy efficiency, renewables, and using the potential of thermal mineral waters. And yes, we would like to test and validate how the market will behave, if municipalities will be interested, because in 14-20 period the technical assistance was very important for them, and even they shared with us that this is the major step to take investment loan. It was not about the grant, because they have seen that the quality of grant project is quite poor, and in some cases linked with quite a lot of financial corrections, and financial instruments are a much more flexible mechanism. So we'll see and test and validate this concept in the following months, because this amount of 22 million should be contracted by the end of next year, in fact by October next year, and by then, we hope that the fund of funds will select the new urban development funds and will be part of the new schemes, as they have envisaged a very flexible solutions following the novelties in the CPR, combination is supported in one operation with technical support, capital rebate, investment grant, so really attractive options that will bring scale up to energy efficiency investments in Bulgaria, I hope.
Thank you very much, Eva. And then turning to, that's the situation laid out there with you in Bulgaria. Yes, Mark, please do tell us the situation in Hungary. Similar, really, your ambitions with financial instruments and how grants are used.
Yes, thank you. Let me start that I'm working in a coordinating body of cohesion policy financial instruments and cohesion body funds as well. And we are working with managing authorities. And now also in this period, we have 2 managing authorities that have never used before financial instruments, and we try to convince and explain them how to use it. And I always start with 3 important things. That's why it's better to use financial instruments than grants in areas where income is generated thanks to the investment, thanks to the development. First is the motivation of the final recipients, because it's not a free money. They have to pay it back, so they are obliged. They have to use it in a much more economic way, in a much more efficient way. And this is not a grant seeking anymore. That we observed in some cases in the past, that in some cases the development was a goal without any future, just to get the money and not to think about how it will work in the future. If you have to pay back this money, you have to consider again and again, because you have to have a clear plan in your head how you will pay it back. just to mention an example without any name, but in a project where grant was used before and it was changed to financial instruments later, the prices of the equipment, it was a renewable energy project, the prices of the equipment got significantly lower in the second program, so you can see that the recipients are much more careful when they select how they will invest in the future. So motivation is the first. The second is the revolving nature of this money, the possibility to reuse. Now we have used a lot of financial instruments in the 14-20 period, and now we are starting to get a nice amount of revolving funds. And now our government is happy, our ministries are very happy with this, but they have to know, they have to keep in mind that we have this money because we have used for financial instruments these cohesion policy funds. If we use for grants, there is not again, it's not possible to use it again. So you have to keep this aspect also in mind when you have to decide which kind of support will you use. And the third, I would say, is the leverage nature, that it was also explained before at the beginning of this meeting that we will not have more money in the future. We probably will equal or less, and we have to use it in a better way. And if you use with leverage, if we can use also private money for our development purposes, we will have higher amounts how to use. On the presentation, I see that there is also a big place to learn in Hungary, because it was still very low in the presentation of Jonathan we have seen in the beginning. So I think this will be the focus in our work in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yeva, again, just to remind people that you're from Invega in Lithuania. So again, how are financial instruments used by you, and what do you think when it comes to grants?
Okay, I can say that we have two types of experience. When we talk about the financing of multi-apartment building, so we do like 70% loan and 30% of grants. It's difficult to do this instrument without grant, because for the citizens it's more attractive when it is cheaper or when we have something paid back. So it's like encouraged to participate in the renovation process. And if we talk about public buildings, so it's a little bit different picture, because we are North Country, and to achieve certain level of the A or B or C certificate, it costs quite a sum of money. And the savings comparing to the expenditure for the renovations are not so substantial. So for the public sector in Lithuania, more grants prevail. But and it's vice versa as for multi-apartment, because it's like 70% grant and 30% of loans. We encourage to use the loans, but the biggest part is financed from the grant. And talking about the loan part, so it is 80% of loan and 20% grant for preparation of different technical documentation. And in this period we are going to work like this public sector. It's more on grant, and the multi-apartment is more on loans.
And you don't see that changing?
It's difficult to predict. Maybe when we talk about the loans for the public, it's more political, more to persuade way, and to be like you have to be more on the saving side, because as a colleague mentioned, when you give grant, everything costs a lot. When you give loan, suddenly everything becomes cheaper. So it motivates public sector sometimes to think about cheaper solutions to achieve the same level of energy efficiency. So, but it takes time to persuade. It is work so because, frankly speaking, everybody wants grants. It's nature. But when you think that from the financing side that you have revolving resources to finance more houses, because we have a lot of houses, like 37,000, and only, let's say, 10% is renovated. So we're joking, when we'll finish the program, we'll start to renovate what we renovated. So it's like circular economy, around and round. So yeah, we definitely need to revolving resources to finance again and again.
Well, I can see lots of nodding heads and smiles on this end. I don't know if Emily or if you want to come in and to talk about what you're hearing here.
No, let's just keep going, I think, 'cause
We're running out of time. Yes, absolutely. Well, then I will turn directly to Alexis to talk about the situation that you have at Altum in Latvia.
Yes, thank you. Actually, for 2 years we are using one car instead of two. So we have moved from grant combined financial instrument in 2 operations to combined financial instrument in 1 operation. That's more customer friendly, that's more easy for us. So the cars, those 2 before, those were small cars. Now we have 1 car a little bit larger, so it's still, we had to adapt to that system, but the adoption was not quite difficult, it was quite easy. And now in 2 years we have improvised a little bit, thank you to RRF funding. We will use those funds in a couple months' time. Now we will start working on Ministry of Economics and other ministries which are also present here, thank you to them. They will start working on new regulations for utilizing in the future ERDF funds. We see this as evolution, which is a good sign. Previously we had, the programs were changed quite significantly from one to another. And I hope that our customers, they will not feel, changes so dramatically, and they will be ready. We have a good pipeline, so we are ready to utilize those new funding.
I saw you making lots of notes when the others were talking. Anything you'd like to share with us?
There is also the right way of finding the balance. We still see this program as a social program, so we try to protect our apartment owners, and probably in some cases we are protecting too much. So it's quite a step-by-step approach when they apply for the support. They have first to come to reserve the capital rebate, meaning the grant. Then they have to start the procurement process, but that's according to the public procurement law or special cabinet of ministers regulations, or if it's a municipality-owned company which is authorized by apartment owners, or this is just apartment owners associations, they have to make a small price check. We are checking those documents, whether they are in line with the requirements, and then they apply for the loan or guarantee to the commercial bank. So that's quite a process, and we are helping them in the journey. And that takes some toll.
Thank you. I want to move back to you, Andrzej, if I may. You've heard a lot there. There's been a lot of nodding going on as well. So from what you've heard, and also with your broader knowledge, what do you think are the most important reasons preventing member states doing more with financial instruments? And also in line with that, what would you consider to be the top 3 reasons, the prerequisites perhaps, that would be needed for a broader uptake?
I think the picture is very complex. There's not just one reason for insufficient uptake of financial instruments. And as Frank said, devil is in the details. But if I was to choose just one reason, I think there is still insufficient conviction and belief among the decision makers. that supporting energy efficiency with financial instruments is today the only solution to meet unprecedented scale of needs with available resources. So,
why do you think they think like that?
I think that there's too much concentration on short-term benefits that grant may offer. It's a very perverse logic, but let me say it this way. And at the same time, we somehow miss the long-term perspective that financial instruments offer. For example, with the reflows. So these are the money that stay with the regions. Yeah. And at the same time, I would like to say that that we see that if a region, if a managing authority starts its journey with financial instruments, it is usually a very positive experience. So, my plea to the decision makers is be courageous and concentrate on all opportunities the financial instruments can offer to you, to your regions, and not overestimate all the threats and difficulties. The goal is there. We need to scale up. We need to save the planet. That was not yet told today. We need to save the planet and at the same time make our economies resilient and more independent from the imports of fossil fuels.
So walk through that then. What would you set out as your prerequisites?
Prerequisites. First prerequisite, in my opinion, is to reduce the phenomenon of cannibalization. I mean crowding out of financial instruments by grants. So experience shows that in each case there are grants available. Final beneficiaries are not interested in financial instruments. So ideally, cohesion policy programs should always clearly say which kind of investments are to be supported by grants and give right reason for that, and which by financial instruments. Second prerequisite, in my opinion, is to ensure higher level of standardization at the level of the country, standardization of financial product, I mean, as long as these products target similar type of need or similar target audience. Because with greater standardization, there's usually higher interest of financial intermediaries because it makes the compliance costs much lower. This also gives more flexibility to final recipients and also implementing bodies. I'm not even speaking about managing authorities because standardization usually makes their life easier as they don't have to modify supporting conditions along with changing economic reality. And the last prerequisite, if I may, is to align conditions of support in case we have different sources of funding. And this is now reality in Europe, that we have RRF, we have RDF, we have national envelopes, and very often there are different conditions, and sometimes grants compete with financial instruments in case they are offered either from this or that pocket. So this has to be solved for the sake of better implementation and better future, as I said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very well put. Do you have a timeline in mind for these prerequisites?
No, we are already too late.
Oh, it's the old Chinese adage of when you grow a tree. We have to start today. Well, to the rest of you then, after those notes, I would like you to dig in a little bit to the challenges that you've faced when it comes to designing, or the setup phase. Setup was one of those words we had in the cloud, the word cloud. The setup phase of the financial instruments that you've used, and also maybe then a word on any combination when you use combined FIs. Eva.
Yeah, thank you for the question. First, the main challenge that we faced during the setup of this clean energy transition financial instrument was the increased availability of grant funds. that were offered to municipalities. And it was not only the Recovery and Resilience Plan and the European funds, but also a sudden and very massive national investment program that targets municipalities and is around 2 billion euro for this year, which is multi-sectoral and covers also energy efficiency investments, and is once again 100% grant, and doesn't have any synergy with the other funding options. So this turned a major disruptor of the already known market by FundFlex, so never such a program was launched until now. And it is not good. It is neither good for the absorption of the European funds. It's neither good for municipalities because they are really confused and do not have such a capacity to provide such a pipeline of projects right now. So yeah, this is a real effect of crowding out financial instruments in a very disruptive way. And it's a major challenge, but probably what Andrei said in the beginning, it's a lack of political decisiveness to step on with financial instruments and make decisive steps. And politicians account for short-term, easy wins in order to be more popular and to be liked by the wider authority. Nevertheless, this is not a long-term solution.
Mm-hmm. And then I just want you to give us a word on the combined nature of...
The combined nature is excellent if we do not compete with 100% grants. And if there is no political will at the most central level, yes, we do hope that the Commission will push the things that financial instruments are the best way for energy efficiency investments, because they are cost-saving. And with this kind of combination in one operation, in fact, it will be tested something like the RRP, because we may use the grants, but they are not upon reimbursement payments, so they will be linked also with results, preserving all the cohesion best achievements, multi-level governance, place-based approach, etc., etc. So we may test this one now.
Thank you, Eva. Mark, same to you really. Talk to us about some challenges you faced when using financial instruments. And of course, the reason we're asking you that is so that it can be overcome in a more efficient manner. And also, if you've started to implement any combined FIs, talk us through that too.
Thank you. Yes. First, why we use financial instruments, and what is the reason why it is a bit difficult to change from grants? So I would mention first a historical reason, because cohesion policy was based in grants in the past. So all the processes are elaborated for this kind of support, and now all the managing authorities are used to these processes. All the IT systems, all details, and everything. The details, of course, also in this case. So it's very hard to integrate a new kind of support into this system. That's why the managing authorities are a bit resistant. And of course, the knowledge is needed, and that's why we try to distribute this kind and try to inform them about anything, and that's why also these initiatives from Free Campus and the Scale Up initiative and so on are very useful for this, because we have to increase the knowledge level of among the people who implement this kind of support. The other reason is a political reason. It was mentioned that it's much more popular to give grants to the beneficiaries than a preferred one. That is also useful, but it's for a politician, it's much more easier and much popular and much better to publish a grant instead of a loan. But on the other side, I mentioned they have to keep in mind, and we have to inform again and again that you can reuse this money, so you can give it more. And if you will not have enough sources in the future, you can reuse it again. You can create funds that you can use for decades in the future. So it's another reason to use this. And as I mentioned, finally, the knowledge of the managing authorities. As mentioned before, we have two managing authorities who have never implemented financial instruments, and now they have to restructure their way of functioning. So it's a really big work, and we have to admit it that a lot of help is needed in these processes, and maybe some changes also in the daily work, in the IT system, in the regulations as well, on national level, I mean, or regional level. So it's a huge amount of work. About the combined instruments, we was one of the greatest supporters of this combination in one operation, because we have implemented a lot of combination in two operations. That was not a real success story at the end. It was very nice at the beginning that we can give together a grant and loans, but at the end it became overcomplicated, because there was not a real owner, because we had a bank, a financial institution who implemented the loan part, and the managing authority who implemented the grant part, and they had to coordinate every very small steps together, because all the invoices were separated together, so it was very, very, very complicated. Almost all projects was discussed, and there were hundreds or thousands of projects, and all the projects was discussed among the two institutions, so it was a big workload, and that's why also the speed of the implementation and the speed when the recipients could get the money was very long, and of course it was not very popular at the end. So that's why we are very happy with this combination in one operation, and we are very happy that it is possible to do this in the next period, and we try to do our best to exploit this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Yeva, again, I mean, similar question to you. Just talk us through how you set up a financial instrument or a combined one, and then also what you believe, despite all of the challenges, we've heard some of them there, what the added value of that is compared to, other options.
Actually, when we finance multi-apartment modernization program, we did it previously under the two operations, and we left for this programming period the same, because we had good working system. Because the project implementing bodies know how to do it, they get used to, and the system worked quite well, so we left as it was. Talking about the public sector, there was a challenge, as I told before, that those projects are expensive and payback period is very long. And for the public house modernization, the grant part is kind of 70%, so we cannot do combination under one financial instrument. What we did, we give a grant, other agency gives a grant like till 70%, and what is left, 30%, is going to be financed through Invega, and here we do combination. We issue loan and give technical support for the preparation of technical documentation. Actually, what we plan for the business side, because we do this combination for the business project, not for energy efficiency, but for the support of business. So it's good that everything is in one hand, that the company comes with one application, and it is checked whenever checks it should be done, because as a national promotion institution we should check like know your client and anti-money laundering and other requirements. But when the projects are checked and the contract are signed, sign. So the loan and the grant part are at one hand, and we can see, we can check, we can feel how it works, and it's good.
Thank you. And then finally, before I turn back to another question, your experience of this, challenges, thoughts, financial instruments, combinations, the setup period.
And driving a one car, it's easy. The first loan was done something like 5,000 years ago. The oldest bank, it's 500 years old probably. So we have enough knowledge, so we can do it. It took some time to train the staff, to retrain the staff, to introduce new procedures. But we have a special department, around 30 people working on that. And they are saying it's easy compared to the grants, and I can understand that moving from grants to financial instruments probably might be some challenges. But if we are doing the loans for 30 years, something like that. So we just added that capital rebate to our systems, to IT systems, to accounting systems. We have, in case we are providing the guarantee to commercial banks, we have now introduced additional contract for the capital rebate to be signed with a customer. So it took some work, but now the life is much more easier compared with driving two cars.
You're an excellent ambassador for this, I must say. It's all very positive here. Very good. I want to turn back to you, actually, Andrzej, because there's a wonderful story here about you leading the negotiations of forms of support, including financial instruments in Poland. And to throw some numbers in here, this was when you were increasing allocation to financial instruments in the whole energy sector from a bit less than 300 million euros in 2014 to 2020 to more than 1.6 billion euros in the current perspective. So talk to us about scale up.
Okay, this time I would like to put an emphasis on building awareness of all stakeholders that energy efficiency investments are essential, and they cannot depend on either political climate or phase in economic cycle or level of interest rates. I think that demand cannot be also dependent on the energy price evolution, so that it drops with lowering prices of energy. Therefore, raising awareness, sometimes fighting with false stereotypes, and reducing risk aversion are key. And there is definitely a problem among those members of our societies that are still not yet convinced, or they don't have sufficient resources. But I think that we should change our approach, try to engage these people instead of lecturing them, guide them. Financial instruments offer also a solution to energy poverty, because with grants and combinations of financial instruments with grants, they can go up to the level of 100% of investment. So this is the right solution for more vulnerable parts of our society, poorer families. And a very concrete example of what and how can be improved are very famous one-stop shops. And I think those who work in these one-stop shops or represent directly financial intermediaries should leave their offices, reach out people, even change the language, use more appropriate arguments. An example, concrete example from Poland, I know that the right argument is to convince that by making your house retrofitted, you can get concrete economic gains by savings, yeah, and people are not so much aware of this. So maybe that's it for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I have plenty more questions, but it's mid-afternoon after lunch. that means there's sometimes a little energy lull, but that's not accepted here today. We have lots of colours, and I want all of the questions from you. So if you have any questions, we have a question right here. That didn't take long. So please say who you are, where you're from, and also we will take questions through Slido if you don't want to. We have lots of questions. Excellent.
So,
gosh, really a very active audience.
My name is Christian. I'm from Northwest Romania. And my topic that I would like to address to any of the panel members would be related of the financial intermediaries for this kind of financial instruments. So when talking about equity instruments, we are talking very much about the financial intermediary. But when talking about the loans and guarantees, we don't discuss the problem of the commercial banks that have to be involved in this process. So my question would be, how should the banks, if it's the case to not have a national promotional bank, so when discussing with commercial banks, how should the managing authorities or the ones that are setting up the financial instrument tackle up the discussion, because they are not that eager to address social categories from the population, and it's very difficult for them to finance those kinds of diverse vulnerable groups, and also very diverse categories of families that are having different incomes at their level. So this is something important when setting up the financial instrument, and how do these commercial banks should be involved in setting up the financial instrument.
Thank you. Anybody, you can volunteer to answer the question, or I'll pick on you. One or the other. Yes, Alexi. I think we can pass another microphone down. They have only one between four there. So.
Yes, thank you. Excellent question, actually. Maybe I can start. We are offering a guarantee for the commercial bank with a capital rebate. Any commercial bank could participate in the program, and I can see that it's very valuable experience. For example, the share of commercial banks lending, some year it's 60%, another year it's 85%, so we can see a clear fluctuation. We can see also that we are now cooperating with 3 major commercial banks. We can see like they have different credit policy. One bank is trying to target one group, another bank is trying to target another group. So an Autumn is providing the direct loan with a capital rebate in case if the commercial banks are refusing the financing. So the system is quite simple in our case.
Thank you. Anything you'd like to come back on that? Well, plenty of time in the coffee breaks to talk further.
I only would like to add that I invite you to a session on the 3rd day that is dedicated to the role of financial intermediaries in supporting our investment. So there will be plenty of discussions on this subject.
Yeah, this is just one model which I presented. As I know, there are different models also in other countries.
Thank you. And I think, Andreas, you should hold on to the microphone, because the first question here from Slido...
I can't see.
I can read it, don't worry. If energy efficiency ambition is so high, why state aid burden is not relieved? This is an issue of single market efficiency.
Well, I regret that we don't have colleagues from DG that is in charge of the competition rules, but this is the state aid is one of the fundamentals of the common market, and experience, and also there is economic evidence showing that without the state aid rules, we will have even more problems. So it's a burden. But we are here to help you overcome this burden for the sake of additional benefits of the regime they are there.
Yeah. Actually, it was the most topic today morning discussion among the scale-up initiative, state aid rules, and our experiences when we have de minimis aid rules, It's more or less clear for everyone. When we come to the GBA, it's kind of challenge. And I remember GBA like 20 years ago, it was like very thin one. Now it's, I don't know how many pages and who read it all. I think it's too regulated, too difficult, too a lot of instruments for the same purpose, for energy, and you can just like 10, pick one and be sure that you picked the right one. So I think maybe a de minimis approach to the GBA could help in this case. Maybe it could be done like 1 or 2 articles for investments, for the financial instruments, and the implementing body can choose. It could be like, I don't know, simple rules, calculations, what you cannot obey, and everything is, and other things could be left for the financing body, which knows what is the best way and what it wants to finance.
Thank you. I know that you want to comment on this, and could we throw that microphone? There was almost an applause there, I think. Can we put that microphone further down because they don't have so many down that end? Thank you very much.
Just to very quickly say on the state aid topic, so it is one of the areas we want to work on under Scale Up, and we believe the best way in which we can break through in this area is if we prepare a notification, and to do so we need a managing authority to come forward and volunteer to work with us. So you will have the full support of the Fee Compass team in preparing that notification, but we are looking for a volunteer. So if you are happy to tackle this challenge, be in the driving seat on the topic and work with us, we are waiting and ready to work with you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Of course, we have more questions from Slido. Any other questions? Oh, here we go. This may be a comment rather than a question.
No, this is a question. Jonathan Dennis again. Sorry, I'm dominating things a bit. I'd like to ask the 4 people from the member states, if we do as I want us to do and say you can only finance energy efficiency through either purely through financial instruments or through a combination of grant and financial instrument in the new period, what circumstances, and we would want to have a priority for pure financial instruments, but what circumstances would you allow combinations? Energy poverty could be one, but what other circumstances would you feel that we could allow combination of a grant with a financial instrument in energy efficiency?
Mark, you're holding a microphone.
I think it could be like payback period. How long it is acceptable to have a project. Let's say it's 10 years, so it's okay. 15, 20 years, it's a very long time. So you just have to calculate what you want to say, what you want to achieve, and how much it costs, and how long. I think that's it.
Yeah. I fully agree. Yeah.
I would say just a certain kind of motivation that you need in case of a group where otherwise it's not possible to convince them. You can use it. Otherwise, as I mentioned, for efficiency reasons, the best if you can reduce the most possible the grant part in these cases. But in case of certain groups where you cannot reach otherwise, you can use it. Of course, in case of energy, mostly the energy poverty could be the reasons what you have already mentioned.
Yeah, and probably the case with deep renovation and more ambitious project in this regard. So we do need such kind of project, especially the larger ones.
Yeah, but still, I guess there would be differences if you would ask apartment owners and businesses. So they would call it different payback periods.
Does that answer your question, Jonathan? Thank you very much. Other questions from the floor? Don't be shy. We love hearing your voice. While you're thinking about that, I'll go to the next question here, which has got 7 thumbs up. What are the most recommended forms of financial instruments in order to scale up energy efficiency? So it's a very appropriate question for this panel. Who would like to jump in there?
Okay,
Mark.
I still don't have
Yes,
mic.
you still have the mic.
But I think, as I mentioned, because of historical reason, we have to use the grants because our beneficiaries are really used to grants, and in some cases you cannot reach them without them. So that's why I would say that combination as the first steps could be okay to get them used to the logic of financial instruments. That at least part of the support they have to pay back, and they understand that they have to think about how to produce this savings in case of energy. From that they can pay it back, because I feel in the implementation of our daily project that they are really used to gas. They didn't understand why they have to pay back if there is an EU money. So this is in our case it's only for 15-20 years, but it is the same period as the period of the cohesion policy. So everybody is used to this logic, and not easy to explain them that part of this support have to be paid back. That's why I would say combination, because both of the issues could be exploited.
Thank you. Alexeis?
I just wanted to mention that we are happy in our case that we can speak about the capital rebates ratios and maturity of the loans, the term of the loan, for example. So our instruments, direct loan with a capital rebate and guarantee with a capital rebate, are easily scalable. So more banks could be involved, larger volumes, and we have discussed it also with our other partners from other countries, so we are ready for that actually. Yeah.
Only to mention that in the Commission, together with the EIB, we have managed to create a kind of model on financial instruments supporting energy efficiency investments. So I invite everybody to go to FI Campus website and find it. It's a very, very interesting source of inspiration for everybody. Thank you.
The new FI Campus website that is very easy to navigate. Questions from the floor? Okay, we will go back to Slido then. Grants and lack of political interest were mentioned as the main reasons for the lack of financial instruments. What about lack of knowledge and experience amongst public officers? You're nodding away there. And you have a microphone.
Yes, that's a work on us also. We have to share our practice, and we are doing it today. And obviously, we have very knowledgeable people from the public authorities, and they have worked with, in our case already, with a combined financial instruments since 2016. So it's a long way, quite long history.
So given that you've all worked through it, what mistakes can you share that people should avoid to save them time?
Those are, there are a lot of details, but going from, major things, make it simple. If you cannot make it simple, make it flexible. And so, as I mentioned, those fluctuations between commercial bank ratio 40 to 15, that's quite strong, quite enormous. So we had to adapt, and also the funds, they will flow quickly, and we have to adapt to that. And yeah, that's financial instrument.
Eva, would you like to come in with a comment?
Yeah, I fully support that. There are enough experience already, and we have experts and that are quite motivated. But I think that it's not only about the lack of political interest. It's that they do not want to push changes and reforms. And in our case, we should have set the decarbonisation fund, which was intended to be a fund manager and to push financial instruments ahead. And it's not already set up, and it's 2024. So it's a lot about political decisiveness, in fact. not only lack of interest, but a lack of will.
How would you change that?
It's an interesting question. It probably should come either top up from the Commission or bottom up. As I said, we have gained a broad range of stakeholders that are united that financial instruments should work out this time. And we believe that when this political instability goes away, there should be some decisiveness there.
Anyone? Yes, Mark.
Just let me mention one additional aspect. This is the territorial approach, what is a really specific characteristic of cohesion policy. And what I mentioned that now we are starting with the financial instruments for municipalities, and in this sector where we haven't had until now any financial instruments, now we face a situation where there are very strong territorial actors who are always deciding about the beneficiaries and the projects, and they are in the selection of this project. And how to combine this with this territorial approach with the selection logic of the financial instruments, where there are the banks, they will decide, make the decisions on the basis of the financial position of the project. So now we try to find a solution that is acceptable from both point of view, but now we are very keen on to learn something in this regard if other countries have greater experience in this. Thank you.
I'm less worried about public officials. I think that in general, it's also from my experience, when negotiating with Poland, I saw so much engagement and commitment of our counterparts. But I said already that there is a problem with political willingness. There is some problems with certain categories of our societies, people who are more vulnerable. They are simply afraid that these changes that are required by us combating, climate changes are simply too fast. But I think that we can do it. Yeah? We can do it. And what I also wanted to tell you that we have all the instruments already there. We have the CPR. There is good understanding. So now it's time to act in an appropriate way, and financial instruments will definitely do better than grants.
So just following up on that then, there's a question here. Is it politicians we need to persuade for more financial instruments, or the general public, as then politicians would need to react?
Yes, I think we both like the grants, so both prefer the grants. So yes, on the same side. So maybe if there is an alternative, it was mentioned before, if there is a grant and the financial instruments, the recipients will choose the grant, of course, because it's free money. So you have to create, I think, the conditions and the scheme of the supports that this scheme should incentivize the financial instruments. So if you cannot give grants for the same purpose, because otherwise it will not work. And politicians, I think they have to consider the advantages of both solutions, because for them, of course, they have. So they can use it again, as I mentioned, and it is much more effective at the end. It's not always easy to consider, but this is also an aspect.
It seems like Henrik questions, but I think that politicians and the general public both should be persuaded to use financial instruments, because this is how to use, in fact, in the most effective and efficient way, the public resource. And both sides have interest, this public resource, to be spent in the most efficient way. because they are not free money, as we said, and as Thatcher said once.
Right.
I only wanted to compliment very shortly. In my opinion, supporting energy efficiency with financial instruments is a relatively low-hanging fruit. We know how to do it. We know that these investments generate savings, and there's so many other areas that we need to support still with grants because the projects are simply not bankable. There is a difficulty in setting up a collateral by banks, so let's not waste the public money. These are precious resources, and if we continue bumping and flooding the market that is already bankable with grants, we will not have money to support other as important investments as financial as energy efficiency.
But that was a tricky question in a way. So we tried to persuade the largest building, multi-apartment residential building in Latvia, consisting of 386 apartments, and we didn't succeed. So, and our average size of the building supported something.
Why did you not succeed?
By less than 10 votes.
No, I don't mean the number of votes. Why did they not say yes?
I don't know, but yes, most probably that it's too big. And we have to ask our Lithuanian colleagues. They were more successful, so probably I have to learn from them.
Well, this is the place to do it. I think we have a comment here. I've forgotten your name, so sorry. Christian. It will come on automatically.
Yeah, so my question would be regarding setting up the technical assistance for energy efficiency financial instrument. What would you recommend? Would you recommend involving a big company that would offer the technical assistance in order to implement the right energy efficiency solution? Or would you leave it for an audit from the energy efficiency auditors on the market that would set up for each, let's say, file, the proper energy efficiency solution?
I think it could work both. When you have one company, you can be just a lot of supporters will come, and they won't have enough resources to do work on time. When you have a lot of audit companies, it's a competition of price. I think you just have to show them what you want to present. What are the key elements that should be checked? And I think I would prefer just you have a lot of companies, competition, and the market will produce the best result.
So the market solution. Right, I want to fire through these questions. We've got some excellent questions here. We've got about 14 minutes before coffee break, so it would be great to have another voice. Thank you, Christian, for being the voice, but I'd like to have another voice from the floor. But this is a very important question. What are the most recommended forms of FIs in order to scale up energy efficiency? There's lots of confused looking faces here.
Loans combination with grants.
Combination. Well, that leads us to the second most popular question, grant FI ratio. Do the panelists have any recommendations and lessons learned?
What works in Lithuania, it's 70-30 for the modernization. So it could be like 70-30, yeah.
That's what we saw in your graph. But I think maybe you want to shift that pie chart somewhat.
Yeah, I think From what we've heard so far on this topic, it seems that what's key is keeping it simple. So I think, especially when we want financial intermediaries to engage in the grant management, there seems to be a real desire to have very standardised ranges of grants which are preset, so there is no element of financial intermediary discretion or risk or audit risk, that we kind of remove all of those elements. So I would say, yeah, keep it simple, preset it, have it defined in the investment strategy, but then also picking up what Alexei was saying as well, you need to just reserve a little bit of room for some flexibility in case the market conditions change and you need to adjust that. But simplicity, I think, is key.
Margaret, it's on. It should be.
It's on. Okay, just one remark to this, because I think it's also possible to change it and to give it's like to give a grant or a financial instrument. It's also a case if you give a higher ratio of grant in case of a group where you would like to apply a higher incentive. For example, in case of energy poverty, a group in worse conditions could get a higher grant part also in the same program. So you can make different groups on the basis of the income, for example, and you can change it also inside one program. It's a bit more, maybe it's a bit more complicated, but it can be done in a simple way, and it can have a real effect on the success of the program.
Yes, and for example, currently we have an effective ratio of capital rebate of 40%, and actually the situation for our customers, it's worsened compared to the previous planning period, because the payback period increased. Now the payback period for these loans probably is more than 20 years, and previously it was less than 20 years or around 20 years. And it depends also on some other factors. For example, interest rate. By interest, you could collect something like 10 to 15% in the subsidy equivalent. So that depends. You have to calculate that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, any other questions from the floor? It's almost time for coffee. Almost time. Right, let's rattle through a couple more. How would you recommend to use ESCO companies in energy efficiency financial instruments?
I think maybe we should shortly explain to the audience what, unless everybody knows what ESCO means, but these are specific companies, energy service companies that provide energy services, but they are remunerated on savings that are, let's say, gained after the investment is implemented. First of all, there is a state aid issue because ESCOs are private entities, so this issue has to be tackled. Czech model is that a loan is given to an ESCO company and a grant is given to a public authority that is then used as the repayment of the obligation, financial obligation. But each time the payment is triggered by certain milestones, so achievement in terms of energy gains. So it's a Czech approach. I can also recommend to everybody to read we have a publication of eCompass website that was drafted on the basis of a specific technical assistance the EIB had in Poland, in the 3 regions. And there we elaborate specifically on types of support we can provide to ESCO companies.
And then I just want to bring in the question, is there any practice you would recommend for sharing necessary technical knowledge to final recipients and to banks involved in the implementation of an energy efficiency project?
I can maybe talk about what we do with EIB financial intermediaries who manage what we call M-bills. So these are credit lines that EIB provides to commercial banks who then on-lend that resource to to SMEs and other project promoters. So there we have a program called Green Gateway, where we work with the banks to examine their loan portfolios and their activities and their products, and examine the extent to which we can adjust those products to increase the percentage of green financing that they carry out. And we support that program with training, with webinars, with access to a help desk so they can raise eligibility queries. And we also have what's called the Green Checker. I mentioned it in the scale-up introduction at the very beginning, where banks can use an online tool to assess the energy savings and the eligibility of their investment. So we're quite proud of that programme, and we think it has merit and is worthy of exploring its use for other funding programmes beyond EIBs. So that's maybe some inspiration for whoever asked the question. Thanks.
And yes, Alexeis, you'd like to, and Mark, yeah, both of you can come in. Alexeis first.
Okay, thank you. In our case, 50% of our customers, for them, it's one-off project. So it's usually apartment owners association, which just takes a loan and implements that project, and that's it. So we have to help them in all those technical matters in one way or another. For another 50% authorized person, which is chosen by apartment owners, are usually maintenance companies, so they are well aware of the technical issues or technical requirements, and they can manage very well.
Yes, and I would approach from a bit different direction. I would say that if you have a really good product on the market that meet the demand, I think, I mean that it's easy to implement, it's attractive to the financial intermediaries, and there is a real demand on the market. I think the target group can learn very easily how to handle it. They have the motivation to use it, and it is possible to do this. I remember we had a very good product in the after the COVID, in order to manage the liquidity problems of the company, and there was no real demand for them, and to survive this situation, and there was a huge demand. So everybody could use it. All the financial intermediaries could transmit it to the system, so it worked very well. There were no problem with this. So I think if the product is good and feasible, everybody can learn it.
Thank you. Now, some people want to know more on the results of the scale-up group.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've only pretty much just launched. So we launched the group at the end of April of this year, so we're very much at the early stages. But it's an 18-month programme, as I mentioned, so we hope that we will release the material that's developed through the group over the coming months. So probably, I think the first release would be towards Q4. We have created a dedicated web page on the Fee Compass website, so keep an eye on that. And whenever anything is available, we will upload it there and obviously publicise it through the various news forums. But if you are interested in learning any more about the programme and its activities, please do give myself a shout, Andre a shout. The colleagues here are also obviously in the group. I'm sure they'd be happy to explore with you in more detail as well. Thanks.
And this is a very interesting question that just popped in a couple of minutes ago. How do you see the role of capital market instruments in achieving energy efficiency? Andreas?
Maybe I can share a bit, because what we are going to do, as I mentioned, we have multi-apartment building program, and we have projects more when we have finance, and we are planning, it's like a pilot, I don't know, to do a securitization. We plan as a receivable to use the money which was reflows from the previous programming period. And now we are in arranging phase, in signing agreements, persuading our ministries that this expensive program is worth, because we plan to attract for a first step like 130 million euros, and then we are thinking further if we'll succeed in the first step to use this programming period money. for securitization and to attract more like 200 million, we'll see, because we are just in the progress. So that's about the capital market instruments.
Thank you. I think you were going to just add a thought there, Andrzej.
Very briefly, I wanted to share that in the Commission we are fully aware of all the novelties and additional features that capital markets instruments give. And for this reason, we launched a kind of analytical exercise on the green bonds, municipal green bonds. We don't have yet the results, but sooner or later we will tell you more on what is the potential of leveraging additional capital with the capital instruments at the municipal level.
Thank you. And thank you all so much. Please, a huge round of applause for our panel. Now, I have a very important message here from the team. It is a coffee break, and so we're all going to dash up to the first floor where there's coffee, there's food, chance to talk to one another, and here there's some missing Olympic flyers. So they have flown away, and they need to be brought to the first floor so that an iPad can be assigned to these teams, to 14, 16, and 17. So if you can bring those missing flyers to the first floor, then you'll get your iPad, and the first 6 questions are up there waiting for you. And once you've answered those 6 questions, had your tea and cake or fruit or whatever, then you come back down and you look at the lovely showcases here and have a chat with those as well. So we'll see you back here starting at 3:40. Thank you very much. Hello everybody, thank you for coming back into the room. I know it's very difficult to return after a coffee break, but I just want to make sure we get started as close to being on time as is possible, because the evening doesn't end when we end here. There's plenty more in store, so I hope you've had something warm to drink or something sparkling to drink. There's some lovely food and drinks out there, and that you will ask questions, because I want you to warm up with the questions in this session, so that when it comes to the podcast session this evening, which is going to be very live and interactive and entirely dependent on you asking questions, that we will be free to ask questions there. So this session is entitled Role of Financial Instruments in Decarbonising Our Economies. It's going to showcase how various types of financial instruments help the EU's economies to switch from the use of fossil fuels to carbon-free and renewable energy sources, RES as they're often known as well. So we're going to have wonderful speakers, a great opportunity and an invitation to explore the potential of FIs in the green sector, also including clean tech, renewables, circular economy, all of the things that are going to help us decarbonize our economies. So next to me here I have 5 wonderful panelists. Right next to me I have Ewelina Jargon from the ERDF Managing Authority in Pomorski, Poland, sharing experiences of the regional ERDF Renewable Energy Sources Loan Instrument. I then have Ryan DeCellis from the ERDF Managing Authority in Malta, who's going to present the Energy Efficiency and Renewable Guarantee Instrument from Malta. Thirdly, I have Karin Uppman-Helminen from the ERDF MA in Sweden to discuss the Green Tech Fund, which is an equity instrument supporting companies providing solutions to reduce carbon dioxide. Then we have Pavel Lauba from NRB, the National Development Bank in the Czech Republic, who's going to describe their transformation loan, which is a financial instrument under the Just Transition Fund, available for SMEs in the Czech Just Transition areas. And finally, I have Agne, with the hardest surname for me to pronounce, Kazlaskaite, I've done my best there, Kazlaskaite from the DG Regio, to provide a short policy introduction with 4 examples of financial instruments supporting this area from different MS and regions. So there we go, there are our panelists, and we're going to start, in fact, with you, Agnia. You're going to give us a little introduction to the work that you do.
Thank you very much, and hello to everyone. Really glad to see you here again this year, and I'll share, of course, my joy and emotions during the coffee breaks. But now we need to continue our great discussions on the green transition, and this particular session we wanted to focus to go away a little bit out from the energy efficiency. So I'll try to give you a few key points on the broader policy context for decarbonization. And so the key question, where we are now in the process, and actually the momentum is here to act. As you know, we are still facing the geopolitical pressure. Ukraine is still at war with Russia. Day by day, each of us can witness the growing impacts of climate change on our economies, on our societies, on us. We had +15 in Brussels all June, so we are very lucky today to have this Caribbean weather. And of course, all these pressures are resulting in growing disparities across the EU regions. So of course, the EU role is vital here. The good news is that we have quite a lot of tools and know-how already in place. EU Green Deal, which is there for quite some time. We have a EU climate law ready, and which was really streamlined in the recent years with new ambitious targets for renewable energy deployment, for energy efficiency. We have recently adopted the Net Zero Industry Act, which is focusing on boosting technologies for decarbonization. So many things in place already. Aside, very important one is, of course, investments. We have a variety of funds and initiatives that are here to fund the decarbonization. However, the gaps are still there, and they are significant. And unfortunately, despite the great achievements during the recent years in the EU, we, based on the latest member states' estimates, unfortunately, we are still not on track with reaching our climate goals for 2030. So that's why actually the time to act is really now. Speaking of what's in our hands, and of course in our hands we have our cohesion policy funds, which remains a fundamental and significant tool for funding decarbonization. And you can see some numbers here. Overall, we managed together with member states to allocate, to commit around 120 billion euros already for decarbonization and climate action for this programming period. However, as you see, the investment needs are much larger, and this is just for green transition. But to speak about the Green Deal, it's much, much bigger. Besides the dedicated green policy objective, we also have an even, how to say, a more dedicated fund, which is just transition fund, which is really a visible example of a place-based policy for decarbonization in regions. There's a lot of good things already for this programming period. Speaking of the focus, of course, energy efficiency remains the key focus under cohesion policy, but we're also investing in the deployment of renewable energy, urban mobility. We also want to see the green innovations and green technologies, the uptake of green technologies in the markets. And of course, last but not least, very important, as was already discussed before, we need to focus on the energy poverty and also address the issue of the just transition on the go. Speaking of the central lines for cohesion policy, the supporting regional capacity remains the fundamental center of cohesion policy, and it will be even more relevant in the future. As you know, that with green transition, we have more climate-induced inequalities across regions, so cohesion policy remains the fundamental tool for tackling this. Another element I wanted to mention, which is very important for decarbonization, is actually the ability to build tailor-made instruments for the regions for decarbonization, which also can help to invest where it is really needed in the regions. And last, not to paint it all black, of course we can discuss about the opportunities that decarbonization can bring, both in terms of growth and jobs creation in the regions or different regional market developments. And last but not least, of course, a slide and a comment on the financial instruments for decarbonization. And the question is, can we do more or differently? This question has been asked already by my colleagues in the previous session. We have some good news here, as we see the growing trust and good practice with energy efficiency financial instruments. We also have member states that will be already investing through financial instruments in renewable energy, and we will hear quite a nice examples very soon here. Also, some member states piloting financial instruments for circular economy. You see the percentages in the screen. But actually for us, for European Commission, the greatest surprise of this programming period was JTF and Just Transition Fund, and that we have 9 member states who will be also implementing financial instruments in this, under this fund. And last but not least, as was also mentioned many times today, that we see the uptake of the combinations, which is a proof that actually the simplification for CPR is not a bad thing. And however, despite the good news, here in the Commission we keep asking the question, do we capture all financial instruments' potential for decarbonization? As has been presented by Jonathan also in the beginning, that the public funds will not be growing. So we really need to think about the mobilizing private investments. Questions for us, especially that we are very interested in the driving force behind this. What is the motivation behind doing more FIs for renewables? What are the key barriers? Because we are really here to help you, and especially in the discussions for the future, we would really like to go deeper a bit with this session and to understand what is the reality and could we do more together. So thank you very much, and sorry if if I did more than I had to.
Thank you, Agne. No worries at all. That was wonderful, wonderful. And just to save a couple of minutes, I'm moving to Evelina. I know your example is very interesting. It's a regional FI supporting specifically RES, of course. So I'd love you to talk us through your example.
Good evening. My name is Ewelina Żaguń and I'm head of the financial instruments section in the Marshal Office of the Pomorskie Voivodeship. I would tell some, I hope, interesting things about Reslon in Pomorskie, about implementing this financial product in our region. First of all, what was the scope support? The instrument included market and preferential loans designed to finance products involving renewable energy installation. They were offering reasonable environmental effects and cost effectiveness. Supported installation should increase to help the capacity of renewable energy sources. In the regional operational program for Pomorskie deployed financial instruments through several policy windows. 3 of them, including renewable energy, were implemented by European Investment Bank as a body implementing the holding fund. The Pomorskie Loan Fund was selected as a body implementing the specific fund. It was established in 2004 by the initiative of the Marshal Office of Pomorskie, of the Marshal of Pomorskie Voivodeship, sorry. And I would like to mention also about Baltic Energy Conservation Strategy. The experts from the agency were responsible for technical and economic assessment of the project which were financed. Key parameters. The financial size of the instrument was 31.5 million euros. It's important to add that the original allocation for the product was much lower. It was only 14.3 million euros. Who could be the final recipients? The RES loan was dedicated to the investors from the region who wanted to build renewable energy installations to generate energy. The loan value was up to 3.5 million euros. The maturity was up to 15 years, so it was quite long maturity. And the estimated leverage was between 1.1 and 1.2. The instrument had been fully absorbed through 137 loan agreements, so it was an excellent effect. Range of RES projects and types of financial recipients. Photovoltaic installations for commercial buildings and photovoltaic farms received the highest loan amounts. The photovoltaic installation for commercial buildings received 18.7 million euros and photovoltaic farms received 8.6 million euros. The macro enterprises received the most loans, 49%, and followed by small and medium enterprises, 43%. Financial recipients are spread through a variety of sectors, including manufacturing, 22%, agriculture, forestry and fishing, 18%, wholesale for retail trade, 15%. And a few examples, I hope, quite interesting of the support. First of all, it's a CETOEC, Agricultural Biogas Cogeneration Plant. CETECO specialized on the trade and sale of waste to biogas plants. The investment is located in Montmałe in Pomorskie. The total value of the investment is 1.9 million euros. And the loan amount is 1 million euros. What is the effect, what is the result of the project? It's a cogeneration unit, produces electricity and heat. Very ambitious project in our opinion, by the way. The second example, it's Silet. It's a company manufacturing electronic products. The project, the investment is located in Gdańsk, in Pomorskie. And what is the result? The result is a photovoltaic installation on the roof of the production hall. And the last example of the support, Eco Home. It's Ecological Educational Maritime Center. It's located in Puck at the Polish seaside. The Eco Home is a non-profit organization, and the total value of the investment is 39,000 euros. The loan amount is 35,000 euros. The result of the project is also a photovoltaic installation on the roof of the center's building. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And actually, Evelina, I know that we've just published a written Fee Campus case study. You can find these outside when you get a drink later, and then you can just upload with this QR code that absolutely just published Fee Campus study. It's a preliminary version, and you'll be able to read more there, which is wonderful. So now we will move the clicker on to Corinne. So Corinne is going to present the ERDF Green Tech Fund from Sweden.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, the ERDF Green Tech Fund, Sweden, yes. I'm heading the financial instruments team at the ERDF Managing Authority in Sweden. In 2016, we launched an equity instrument in Sweden with the mission to contribute to the decarbonisation of the economy and target a market gap for investments in clean tech at the time. The mandate is a green tech fund of 650 million Swedish kroner, of which half, about 32 million euros, is funded by ERDF. And the mandate is managed by Almi Invest Green Tech as an internally managed fund that invests directly in final recipients. The Green Tech Fund ended its investment period in June last year and is now in the holding period until December 2029. It has invested in 35 companies, of which 30 remain in the portfolio today. The Green Fund, as we call it, looks for innovations in one or multiple of 5 thematic areas with the biggest need for new innovations to battle climate change. The thematic areas are energy transition, material and circular economy, transport and mobility, industry and manufacturing, food systems, and biosphere. The fund invests in startups with a large growth potential that applies research and innovation to create products and services that have climate gas reducing effects. These types of companies do not necessarily have access to enough capital because of the risk is too high due to new business models and technologies. However, these 32 million euros in ERDF financing, together with national public co-financing, has led to a total of 1.8 billion Swedish kroner, about 180 million euros in total investments in new technologies and products. As the Green Fund is mainly operating on equal terms, on pari passu with other independent market investors, this has led to a leverage effect of the public funding of 3.3 times. In other words, 70% of the total investments come from the private sector, and it targets early stage investments that are normally considered high risk. So here we have the public funding sort of taking away a part of the risk, so the private investors are able to participate. Now, let's talk about, let's take a closer look at a couple of the companies that Almi Invest Greentech, the manager of the Green Fund, has invested in. Let's bear in mind that reducing climate gases like carbon dioxide needs to be targeted in different areas, and often we think about renewable energy sources. And I will give you an example of that soon, but first let me talk about food waste. As you know, the climate footprint of agriculture is substantial. A paradox, one might add, as growing vegetables and cereals in itself is capturing carbon dioxide. But agriculture is also about fossil fuel emissions from machinery, transportation, and storage, not to mention, of course, the use of fresh water and pesticides. Thus, the food we produce needs to be used purposefully to nurture our population. Sadly, about 45% of the fruit and vegetables grown in the world is wasted and does not reach our dinner tables. And the Green Fund has invested in a company called Savagy, a startup company that is targeting food waste and the elimination of the use of plastic packaging for fruits and vegetables. Savagy has in fact developed an edible food packaging based on oatmeal and rapeseed oil. It is basically a coat that is applied on fruits and vegetables that increases the storage time up to 2 weeks. Savagy is addressing the primary producers so that the coating can be applied as soon as possible after harvesting. And now, as we speak, they are preparing for launch, and they have conducted a consumer survey in Skåne, the southernmost region in Sweden, in cooperation with Lidl supermarket store chain. And the consumers apparently found the coating acceptable and couldn't feel the taste of the packaging at all. Now, let's keep our fingers crossed for Savagy. This is an early stage startup company, and they haven't quite taken off yet, so fingers crossed. Now, the other example I would like to tell you today about is about renewable energy. Core Power Ocean has developed a technique for capturing wave power to complement other sources of energy. The power is generated via 19-meter high turbines in the shape of a giant balloon, as you can see in the picture here. The turbine is anchored to the sea floor and can be connected into wave power farms. And this is an example of a new type of hardware that needs to be developed and invested in order to create new technical solutions to the climate problem. Now, when I speak to the fund manager of the Green Fund, we have quite long discussions about the importance of hardware. It's actually technical, machinery, and things that are really tangible, also quite large investments costs. Let's also keep our fingers crossed for this Core Power Ocean, because well, they need a lot of money to invest further and to be able to market their products. Now, how are we on time? I have one more picture, but...
Go ahead.
Shall we?
One more picture.
Okay. Now, this is about the Green Fund was on the previous programming period. So as I told you, they have now entered into the holding period. The holding period is a very important period because it's not just about investing the money and then lean back and be a passive investor. The Green Fund is very much active. They participate in the boards of the portfolio companies, and they are trying to source both competence and network to these companies in order for them to reach their full potential. And as we all know, these funds also reach to an end, so there is also a very important, constantly ongoing task to also seek for new investors in the company and de-divest as time goes. I have one more picture here. a bit about if we look forward and a bit about what we have learned. No, it was gone. There it is, thank you. Right. This is something, I would like to share this picture because this is something that we have learned now that we have been setting up 9 new financial instruments in the new programming period. We are, through public procurement, we are hopeless word.
Procurement.
Thank you. Procuring fund managers for new funds. And we have launched a new climate fund that was also won by Almi Invest Green Tech, so they are continuing their good work. We are targeting now the climate fund again to very early stages. And I won't go into talk about scale up because that is a total different seminar. So they are targeting new scale up or newly established companies as seed again. What I would like to point out with this picture is when you are thinking about setting up a financial instrument, an equity instrument, think about both the political ambition, but also how the market works. If you look at all the political ambition, all the targets, all the goals that you want, all the good things you want the money to do, bear in mind who is going to do that if you are targeting the financial instruments to work in the market. You need to sort of look for the golden intersection in between and really find the sweet spot. There are situations where both the public goals coincide with the market, but you need to look for those. So I want just to share this picture, and this is something that we have now tried to apply on the new mandates that we have launched in this program period. So it will be very interesting to see how far we will get with those funds.
Thank you very much, Corinne. Thank you. And now we move to Malta with Ryan. So you're going to talk to us about how you're contributing to the decarbonisation of Malta's economy.
Thank you. First and foremost, I would like to thank EIB for inviting me on this panel. I think that this topic is really important as we are transitioning to greener economies. And we are addressing challenges of climate change. ERDF has been essential more and more again to reduce disparities between regions. Regarding decarbonization, ERDF can significantly aid to cut carbon emissions, boost energy efficiency, and support renewable energy. Financial instruments are critical for energy efficiency, providing capital for initiatives that might face funding challenges due to high costs and also associated risks. This picture shows how the financial instrument was designed by EIF in collaboration with 2 local financial intermediaries. At first we had a budget of 15 million, but at the end of the program we managed to increase it to 25 million, as we saw that there was enough market appetite to fulfill this need. The other financial instrument is a capped instrument with an interest rate subsidy designed by EIF to yield significant benefits. These benefits are increased capital relief and appetite for banks, but also providing better financing conditions for the final recipients through interest rate-free loans for the first 10 years of the product. In terms of leverage, we can see that with 25 million of public resources powered through ERDF, we managed to have a leverage of 6.4, which is quite good when also seeing that the average leverage effect was generated 65.5 million that reached final recipients towards these types of products that I will be explaining in the next slide. There were 3 types of eligible measures, which were the energy efficient investments, renewable energy investments, and also the green modes of transport. In terms of eligible applicants, it was open for both individuals and also companies. In the first 3 years of operations, the ERA financial instrument faced several challenges due to a mix of factors, including that of COVID and also other factors. In fact, we can see that in the first 3 years, we had only a loan amount committed of 3.5 million. But in 2023, due to strategic actions taken by all parties, the managing authority, EIF, EIB, the advisory service team, which contributed a lot to our marketing campaigns, and also for financial intermediaries for putting up also their own campaign for the product. We have also introduced this financial instrument under both the de minimis and the GBER regimes, which basically helped with increasing the target market also for the product. Because obviously companies which were interested in making larger projects throughout the span of the 10 years were basically asking the banks, why can't we apply for this? So basically we took that suggestion on board and we made it happen basically. In terms of loans awarded, we can see that the most loans awarded, both in terms of number of loans and also from the loan amounts committed, stood at approximately 73%, whilst for the energy efficiency stood at 23%, with finally the renewable energy sources coming up at close to 4%. Now we are about to show the video, the showcase video, our entry for this year's showcase.
My name is Ronaldo Arciola. I'm the CEO for Phonicom, an IT solutions company based in Malta, in India and the Netherlands. Over the past 3 years, we've embarked on a number of ESG initiatives to improve our environmental footprint. Through our operations, we've reduced energy consumption equivalent to 2,000 tons of CO2. That's equivalent of planting around 100,000 trees. Through the EERE financing options offered by Bank of Valletta, we managed to bring forward one of our initiatives, which was essentially to replace our fleet with a cleaner energy one. Applying for the scheme was really easy. Bank of Valletta helped us through the application process, and I think it was very beneficial for the company. Essentially, it removed capital requirements to embark on such a project, which are significant, and the fact that there's no interest attached to these financing options made it easier for us to take the decision to actually make this project happen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Thank you. Thank you. And now, Pavel, your little talk.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be talking about Just Transition. And as you may know, Just Transition Fund is a special animal in the European funds, which is focused on certain regions and their transitions from coal-based economy. In the Czech context, we have a special operational program managed by the Ministry of Environment, and it focuses on 3 regions in the already small Czech Republic, and namely those are Karlovy Vary region and Ústí nad Labem regions. Those are on the left on the table. And then Moravian Silesian region on the right. Well, all these three regions have their own story, their distinguished characteristics, but the common denominator is their that they are centered around large coal basins. There are large coal mines, some of them active, and of course as well the connected industrial heritage. That means also lots of employment connected to that GDP and wages of people there. Now, in this era of transition from coal economy, it brings those regions many challenges, of course, and that's why this Just Transition Fund in Czech Republic tries to help. It helps mainly through grants, but also through our two financial instruments, which I try to shortly introduce here. Just for the start, these challenges, the environmental challenges, comes hand to hand with the economical one. And I will try to pick up one relevant for this topic. And if you can see the other map, the blue one, it is a comparison of Czech regions in terms of the entrepreneurial activity. So it gives us an overview about number of entrepreneurs per thousand of inhabitants. As you can see, exactly those three regions are at the low end of entrepreneurial activity there, and it's no coincidence. Of course, it comes from the historical heritage of the very concentrated industrial base and development of the population. So our goal here is clear, to support local entrepreneurs, to support SMEs, because it is the base for the future development there. And that brings us to our financial instruments. Transformation loan of the National Development Bank is basically a very simple instrument of soft loan, investment loan, which provides support for various activities of SMEs, from acquisition of machinery and equipment, technologies, or technological upgrade of the buildings for their activities. The parameters of the loan, which is provided directly by National Development Bank, are, I guess, quite nice for final recipients. So it's a zero interest rate loan with a maturity up to 10 years with possible grace period. And it also provides different amounts of loans, basically from microcredits for really small projects. So as for now, there were 87 loans already undersigned, but basically the whole allocation of about 80 million euro is already in the process, and the applications are there. So we believe it will be drawn very quickly in the coming months. Just to show you some happy faces, after all, and the entrepreneurs. It is a really wide variety of projects. So you have, but I think the common denominator here again is that most of the companies are small family companies, local companies. So you can see a really small producer of local chocolate, which acquired the new equipment, filling machines, new technologies. You have their family machinery company acquiring a high precision CNC machine. And there is also, for example, dental clinic, because there's quite large demand for these services in those regions. So that was the transformation loan. And I should mention also the second one, which we deploy now, under the National Development Investments, which is basically investment equity subsidiary of the National Development Bank. This instrument is actually implemented to holding fund, so we select financial intermediaries there. Nowadays we are in the process of selection, and the idea is to provide mezzanine subordinated loans to local SMEs or even developers to basically finance regeneration of brownfields, of old buildings which were abandoned, for example, not in the shape for the new modern entrepreneurial activity. And there's also a possibility to provide financing for large, complex projects of regeneration of areas of the past coal mines. So this one is centered around the subordinated loan with very beneficial interest rates, and it must be always co-financed by a senior loan of the commercial loan. So it helps the local developers to proceed with these projects. And as I said, it is nowadays in the process of selection of financial intermediaries, but we had already a pilot program of this sort at the very same region. It's at the Ostrava region with large industrial heritage. And so just to show you a couple of examples, this one is my favorite. It's called Black Pearl. It's in the city of Ostrava from 60s. It was architectonically distinguishable building, for many years abandoned, but nowadays it serves as a modern infrastructure for clinics, for healthcare. Another example, very old office building turned into modern infrastructure, and there is also a pub. We are in the Czech Republic. Yeah. And we have also the industrial examples of modern storages and other industrial buildings. So that's for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pavel. Thank you. I'm still smiling at the juxtaposition of the chocolate and the dental clinics. Anyway, now we're going to move on to discussion with all of you. So we have some more Slido polls. The first question to you, so hopefully you're online, you've got your phones out. The first Slido question is, what types of renewable energy resources projects, RES projects, do you see the most need for public funding and with the potential to be supported through financial instruments? So there's a whole range of options: photovoltaic, biomass, wind energy, biogas, hydropower, geothermal, solar power, ocean energy, biofuels, innovation in RES, or other. Okay, so it's coming in. We'll just give it a little bit of time. Okay. So if you want to comment on this at all, any point, just feel free to comment on anything that you're seeing. It seems to be quite evenly spread, but at the top I think it was innovation in RES was the top one.
On the top, we can see the innovation RES. It's the choice of the audience choice is quite interesting for me. In Pomorskie, photovoltaic installation enjoyed the greatest interest. In my opinion, there is still very high demand for this kind of installation on the market, and I think there will be also a wide pipeline with this kind of installation in this perspective in 2021-2027. We will see. Thank you.
Corinne.
Yes, I'm also thinking about the potential financial instruments to attract private capital, and in all these in all these projects, I think there is, under certain circumstances, possibilities to attract private capital. But it depends in which stage we are talking about. I think that the public funding is the most needed when we talk about really, really early stage, like seed and innovation, research and innovation, and the very early stages. Also when there are large investments very early and quite long lead times to commercialization, that's where the public funding is needed. But I also see a potential that the private capital can team up with the private capital can team up with the public capital quite early if the terms are right. Yeah.
Ryan, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yes, I think that this question basically relates also to the factor of the geographical position of the member states. Because, for example, if we take the example of Malta, which is an island in the Mediterranean Sea, in terms of the most needed RES projects are photovoltaic cell, PVs, and also wind energy, both onshore and offshore. But, for example, if we take, for example, ocean energy, since the Mediterranean is a closed sea, it wouldn't make that much sense to invest in them. But for example, for Sweden or Norway, it will be ideal since there will be more wave energy.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. We have another question for you all there. So, question 2 of this session. What are, in your view, the biggest challenges hindering more financial instruments in the area of renewable energy sources? And you can choose more than one. You don't have to click on the first 2. You can read down. So I'll just read them for you. Lack of political will, lack of awareness and or administrative capacity on different levels, high project preparatory costs, difficult to get the banking sector involved, low leverage potential, challenging to create a robust pipeline of bankable projects, complex state aid aspects, or other. Okay, so it's complex state aid aspects, lack of political will, lack of awareness, any thoughts? Yes, Corinne. Feel free to dive in with some reflection on what you're seeing.
Yes, I'm thinking about the discussion that we have had in Sweden now. We're used to targeting financial instruments into early stages, and that discussion we have had, and we sort of have acceptance for that. In early stages, everything is difficult. You need to prove your technology, you need to prove the team, and so on. It's really high risk, and we all understand that. I think for the next, now, I mentioned earlier here scale up, and that may be also something worth thinking about. I mean, in what phase are we targeting? And the question is, biggest challenge hindering more financial instruments. So the question is, in what target for the final recipient's perspective, what do they need, and how big is that need in comparison to all the other needs in society that public money has to go to? So I think that may be something to think about. So in early stages, you always have this story about, well, it's new companies, they create new jobs, and we get new activities in different parts of different regions. Then to take it to the next level and think about scale up, that is maybe another story, but that is something that we need to address in Sweden now, because who will this green fund sell their portfolio companies to? Some of these investments are so big and the risk is still too high, so the public funding needs to, follow on a bit further, and I think that is something that we need to address. So yeah.
Any other comments from the panel? Yes, Evelina.
I would like to, if I could, add to one challenge more. because our experience in the region. I would add lack of interest in the role of the body implementing specific fund. Selecting the body implementing specific fund in Pomorskie was a challenge for us. There wasn't any financial intermediary who had experience and who was interested. The Pomorskie Loan Fund, our financial intermediary, hadn't any experience on the beginning in the renewable energy area. The fund supported only enterprises, mainly enterprises, before the RES loan. So the financial intermediary had to gain the experience during implementation. This was a challenge, but finally the RES loan is our success, and but we have to know that this was a whole process. Yes. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I think on other, the last number I saw was 10%. If we can just slide down to how many people said other on this slide, 10%. That's not nothing in the audience. So anybody who wrote other, is anybody willing to tell us what that other is? Anyone want to put a voice to what they think needs to change? We have a lady in the middle here. If a microphone will come to you very soon.
So I don't have a very strong opinion about this. My
and
name
just
is
tell
Lydia.
Us who you are and where you're
yes,
from.
My name is Lydia and I work at Deloitte. I don't have a very strong opinion about which are the renewable resources that need the biggest investment, but I was surprised not to see the green hydrogen anywhere since it's such a buzzword.
Okay. Green hydrogen and all the other types of hydrogen we have, which is certainly being spoken about more and more, that's for sure. Any others in the audience? Oh yes, we have a man at the back.
Me? Bartłomiej Jakubowski, BGK, Poland. I would like to give you an example of a challenge that comes from GBER in case of energy storages, which are gaining more and more interest to be financed from financial instruments. GBER says that you can finance energy storages only if they consume or receive 75% or more energy produced by this energy efficiency source that you are also buying under the same investment. So technically it's impossible. We consulted it with our consultant and he says you would need to have energy source 3 times more power to absorb 75% of this energy to this energy storage. So this is an example of how unadjusted these regulations can be, and this is a very practical issue because in practice it means that potentially no energy storage will be financed under GBER. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. So moving on to a third question on Slido. Do you think a combination of financial instruments and grants, we spoke a lot about that earlier, is necessary to boost demand for renewable energy projects? If yes, what types of grants would be most effective? And you can choose more than one. So we've got, yes, grants for technical support, grants for interest rate guarantee fee subsidies, investment grants up to 20%, 30%, higher than 30%, performance-based capital rebate, yes, but also other forms should be considered such as tax incentives, or no financial instruments alone are sufficient, or other. So we'll just give them a little bit of time to come in there. Agnia, I think you have a comment.
I was thinking if anyone would choose no. Because to me, I always thought that mature technologies in the renewable sector, for example, should be, it's really a good business case, at least, but I'm really not a big expert on renewables. However, it would be really interesting to hear, because what we see in the programs, that we still have quite a lot of investments of pure grants going to mature renewable technologies. So for us, as I said in the beginning, it's very interesting to understand from practical side, is it again the lack of political will, or is a chance to get the grant because maybe later we will not get a grant? So sooner or later, I think we will need to move away from this logic again, because we had it already for energy efficiency. We're moving on. I think it would be good to start already with a, let's say, good logic already now, not to repeat the same scenario as with energy efficiency. So very interesting to see if we have at least a percentage for the no.
The no was touching 10% the last time I saw it. It was about 9%. But if we scroll down to how much is no, Agnes would like to know how much is on no, which is somewhere down at the bottom there. It was 9% last time I looked. If we can just scroll down to the bottom of the page. Oh, since you've spoken about it, it keeps rising. You've obviously put it into their minds. It's an excellent choice. Pavel, I think you wanted to mention something.
No, I just wanted to add that exactly we can echo the last panel where there was a lot of talks about the competition with grants, and that's exactly the case. If there were no grants and the economy which is used to grants, then maybe we didn't need so much more combination with grants here, because financial instruments with more grant than, I guess, 20% are stopping to be financial instruments, in my opinion. But of course, there is also a problem here with the market prices of the electricity. So, like 1 year ago, the prices were so high that there were no problem on market terms to acquire photovoltaics. Nowadays, it's not so green anymore, but it's the level of unsureness. Yeah.
Ryan, would you like to add a comment?
Yes, sure. I also think that the combination of FIs with grants is really important. Because obviously it reduces the upfront cost with the grant element while providing a sustainable long-term financing with the FI element. It is also important to know that FIs are also competing against grants in itself and also other loan products. So through the combination of these FIs and grants can generate more market appeal to basically become more aligned with our goals towards a low carbon economy.
Thank you. We have a few minutes left, so that's time for you to ask anything you like for this panel. So any questions in general from the floor? Or comments? Questions or comments? You can also put them in through Slido, but I would like you to just say them because we're trying to warm you up for the podcast this evening. So if you would like to ask a question from the floor or on Slido. Oh, we have some here. Oh, one directly to Corinne, which a lot of people want to ask you. Having experience with equity instruments, for which challenges is this a good vehicle and for which ones does it not work? 1 minute. If we can have 1 minute per answer, then we can get through a lot of questions.
Equity instruments, I think, is good for challenges where you want to create new jobs and new startups of the right kind to take off. Risk-willing, patient capital to target entrepreneurs that have the right ideas and the right innovation, and for business ideas that have the potential to really take off. That's where I would say that the equity instruments are working. Our instruments are operating under the pari passu, as I mentioned. So we always have to think about the private investors. and also about what happens after the financial instruments fund is closing. What happens then? So I would say that for viable, good innovations and for good entrepreneurial teams.
Thank you. The second question seems to be for you, or it was, it's just moved now. There was another one there for you. The second one down. Under which investment priority 2014 to 20 was the Swedish Equity Green Fund implemented? Are there plans to continue?
Technical question. Could it... 4 springs to mind? I need to look it up. I'm sorry, I don't have it in my head right now. But there are certainly plans to continue under 21 to 27. We have already launched a new fund under the political objective number 1.
Thank you. So somebody called Karsten has asked, 100% grant and crowding out financial instruments. How about state aid rules? Are there some experiences with state aid checklists? Everybody's very silent. I think, has anybody got any experience there to talk about?
Oh, myself haven't done any checklist yet on this specific aspect, but obviously state aid is an issue we can hear today in both sessions. So maybe we could think of also digging a bit deeper under the Scale-Up initiative on these aspects, not only for energy efficiency, but also for renewables.
Thank you.
Maybe I don't know if colleagues had any checklist built.
Yeah, I mean, crowd. As I said, it depends on what you want to achieve. If the risk is so high that you can't operate with anything else than the purely public funding, then of course you need to consider the state aid rules and operate under them. However, if you can find this golden intersection that I was mentioning in the picture, then you can omit the state aid and go for pari passu and market terms instead.
Any questions from the floor in real life? Anyone? It's a very friendly audience.
We're friendly too.
And they are friendly too. No one wants to put their voice to a question. They need to see you in person. Okay, so we have a question for the Czech Republic, so that's Pavel. The instrument combines mezzanine with senior debt, private sector not pari passu, beneficiaries being economic agents. Oh, how is state aid addressed?
Yeah, we use Article 16 of GBER. So for once, I think it's a very nice and suitable article for urban development, and there is a requirement of private co-investments, but not necessarily pari passu, so it can be applied.
Thank you. We have 3 questions from Malta. So you're popular. In Malta, do you know why transport investments were so popular compared with the others? Did you consider quotas on different types?
Yes, we know why the green modes of transport were more attractive whilst compared to the other type of eligible measures. Basically, it was a combined financial instrument where there was the financial instrument covered power through ERDF, which covers the part of the loan, and another part which was the grant, which was covered by the RRF. So that's why it's most attractive.
And combined
quotas,
yeah.
I do not recall any.
And then the next question to you, where did you see the justification for financing the vehicle fleets?
I think the justification lies in using more of our fleets in a more careful way. What I meant by this? I mean by this is that we have a lot of vehicles in Malta, and obviously if we start to change towards a more greener way to move to as a transportation measure, it will be obviously a step in the right direction. For example, in 2019 we had 3.8% in vehicle registration, whilst in 2021, when the scheme started, we had an increase of 13.8%.
There is another question to you, but I just want to pick up on the opinion that's mentioned here. Long payback periods for RES investments is an obstacle for purely loan or guarantee instruments without the grant part. Does anybody want to expand on that, whoever this anonymous person is? Would anybody like to? Well, it's our fellow panelist. Where's the microphone?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to present a case of Latvia, and we are implementing now the loan with a capital rebate for renewables, and just because of this long payback periods, which might be 15, even 20 years, and when the market will be full, most probably the politicians will decide to exit or decrease the capital rebates amount. And so on the moment, we still think that without that capital rebate, our businessmen, they would not be investing in those renewables in such high levels.
Thank you. Can I just ask a little follow-up question? Which type of renewable projects you are referring to, like when you speak about long payback periods?
Mostly photovoltaic, solar panels, but yeah, mostly photovoltaic.
Any other final thoughts from the audience? Nothing yet. So in that case, I just want you to all really summarize for us then in the last couple of minutes, just in a few words, what you think about some of these questions that have come in, you know, what you've heard from your fellow panelists, and just really, in just a few words, why MS should try financial instruments. Yeah, just to summarize really what you've heard, and also thoughts on the questions that have come in here, and they keep coming in actually, and I'm sure the people who are asking them will find you to talk about it more directly. But just to summarize in a few words why MS should try financial instruments in this sector, and some advice.
Mm-hmm. I'm really impressed that the financial instruments in all those areas are so interesting for you. If I can say what I suggest, first of all, maybe it's a kind of conclusion, but regarding this, what I was talking about, the instrument from Pomorskie, the final thought is that even if you don't have enough experience in implementing financial instruments on the beginning, just try. The results are worth it. Yes.
There's one question to you there at the very end. Are there any quotas on the different types of projects?
We've got in the RES loan from perspective 2014-2020, there was only one border. The maximum loan amount was 3.5 million euros. It was 15 in our money. But in this perspective, in 2021-27. We've got the difference value in the on the maturity area. Yeah, the maturity of the project is diversified because of capacity of the installation. But yeah, only this.
Thank you very much. So Ryan, some final thoughts and observations. I think there's a lot of people who want to hear more about the Maltese case.
Yes, we're quite popular. For the final question, I think that financial instruments are really important to maximize funding efficiency and also to expedite project developments. One piece of advice that I would give to member states that are encouraged to try this experience, because it's nice to learn new things, build the capacity building also. In terms of long-term goals, it is the best approach to have an FI.
And I just want to bring in this very quick last question on your EERE case. You mentioned some improvements to boost deployment, interest at 0%, eligibility changes. Can you briefly tell us a bit more?
Yes, sure. Basically, we started off by increasing the eligibility in applicants. Basically, it was open only to business at first, and then we increased to large corporations and also to households. Another change was to introduce GBER in mid-2023. And also we had an aggressive marketing campaigns both by banks and also by EIF through the EIB advisory services, which did a sterling job.
Thank you. Corinne, your final thoughts and advice.
Yes, it has been very interesting today to hear about all the different types of financial instruments, and I think that financial instruments are a toolbox. And one thing that I would give as an advice, again, the bow tie that I showed on one of the pictures. Think about what are the really needs. What are the political needs, and why are you looking at setting up a financial instruments? But also look at the needs in the market. Who are you targeting, and what are you trying to do? And look for the golden intersection. Now, financial instruments can be modified in different ways, as we have heard today here. So it's really quite a toolbox. So start with the needs and work your way from there.
And do you have any thoughts on recommendations of how to get the financial sector involved in?
Ask them, and then look for the business potential in the target group whose needs you are trying to address, and see that if there are mutual interests. So you need to always to start with the need. So if the needs coincide, then you might have this golden intersection that you can aim for and structure terms that could be agreeable to both parties.
Thank you, Pavel. Thank you, Corinne. Pavel, I was thinking of you because I think you might be able to answer Robert's question along with your own conclusion remarks. Are the state aid rules relevant if the developed energy infrastructure is for own use for the organization's buildings and not used as a business activity?
Well, I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. That's totally acceptable as an answer. No problem. But your concluding remarks.
No, I've heard definitely a very nice example of instruments for renewables here, and I think it's a perfect area for financial instruments actually, because it's investment, it's repayable. So after all, why not? It's just a question of how much sugar of the grant in combination you put there, so to say. And actually we are starting our own photovoltaic program in a couple of weeks, so fingers crossed, because we will be compared with grants.
Thank you very much, Pavel. And finally, Agnes.
What can I say? Based on the newest renewable targets, we need to triple the speed. So I guess we better start talking about financial instruments now than later, as the 2030 is very much approaching. And as you know, that the new EU mandate will be actually to deliver these targets. So I still hope that we can accelerate. So thank you very much for everyone.
And thank you very much as well. Please, a huge round of applause for our panel. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, as they leave the stage, and of course, I must say thank you also to the huge organization that has been put in behind this as well to organize these panels and the discussions. Now, just before the end of this afternoon, in this room, we're going to give you a presentation of the showcases, which are the exhibited projects outside, and a little explanation of the voting as well. So this is the third edition of the award. It was launched at the beginning of the year, invited Fee Compass practitioners to share their success stories with you, and we wanted to use it to highlight the impact, the really wonderful impact and success of the financial instruments under shared management, and of course to continue to raise awareness of the power of these financial instruments and encourage the use of them as well. And on that note, please continue to share the information, share the success stories via social media, via your websites, via any communication channels, and of course not just the information of the success stories, but the sharing of good practice. So I'm very, very pleased to invite to the stage one after another the 8 shortlisted submissions. Now, how to vote? You can vote anytime now till 2 p.m. tomorrow. You vote using the app. This is the instructions to vote. Again, most of you have downloaded the app now. You can scan the code here to find out more. The 3 projects, the top 3 with the most vote, will receive a trophy which will be handed over tomorrow by Commissioner Elisa Ferreira and the EIB President Nadia Calvino tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock here in this room. So they've all got 2 minutes. So please welcome to the stage showcase number 1. It's from Syscredit and FMFIB Bulgaria, revitalizing Bulgarian villages through financial instruments. 2 minutes starts when you reach the center of the stage.
Oh, and microphone?
Yes.
Maybe? Okay.
2 minutes.
Okay. Sorry. Hello, I'm Martina. I'm the CEO of the leading microfinance institution in Bulgaria. So I'm a passionate microfinance practitioner. I believe in the human-centric business models in this digital area. And I believe that every single business should have its own social mission. If you agree, then vote for our project. We decided to show you 2 of our amazing client stories about Dimitar, who decided to return to his home village and rebuild the old bakery to start producing bread. And 2 years after he started, thanks to our support, he has 15 employees and is producing over 1,000 breads per day. Could you imagine? And the good thing is that he's really supporting his community. The other project is Afianina, who is running a social enterprise that is engaging 40 low-income grandmothers to knit. And then the social enterprise is selling this to companies and is achieving over 140% increase of their income, which is really great. This financial instrument is really focusing on starting entrepreneurs with focus on vulnerable groups. And we have supported the creation of over 1,500 jobs, official jobs in Bulgaria through only 10 million euro repayable, fully repayable funding. A great result, I think. So vote for us, Syscredit and Fund Manager of Financial Instruments in Bulgaria, and support the social entrepreneurship.
A perfect 2 minutes. Martina Grigorova. Thank you very much, Martina. Showcase number 2 is Sustainable Cities Fund Bulgaria, putting people at the heart of urban regeneration. It's Eva Petkova and Lyubomir Tsarev. And we have another microphone here.
When we envisaged this year's submission, we aim to highlight the positive impact brought by Urban Development Fund investments the last 5 years. First, we considered showcasing the impressive indicators that greatly surpassed our initial plans. Afterwards, we thought about featuring our thankful financial intermediaries. But at last, as all our projects are fully operational, we thought that the greatest testimonial are the people that are using the whole infrastructure by now. In fact, the project that won the first Showcase Award in 2018 was visited by 200,000 people last year only.
So, yeah, why vote for us? Well, first, because urban development funds prove to be one of the most impactful and diverse financial instruments supporting cohesion policy objectives in the last 2 programming periods. Also, getting such kind of recognition at this level from experts and practitioners in financial instruments from all over Europe is what tells us that we are on the right path and what keeps us inspired to improve on what we are doing.
And so, yeah, vote for us and become part of the driving force behind the sustainable development of our cities and our societies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. And showcase number 3, SIH Slovakia, fostering integration through affordable housing. Please welcome to the stage Jure Jusko.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Well, this one is really close to our hearts, and there is a good reason for that. You can close your eyes for a minute, and you can imagine the feeling when you walk through the door, and you have that feel. You walk through the door after the long day or couple of days, like this conference might be, and there is this wave of the relief. You feel the familiar scent, the welcoming faces of the family and friends, or maybe Snuggles the cat, and that feeling of home is what everybody deserves. But the truth is, for many, it's out of reach. Yeah, it's because it's expensive, it's limited options, or maybe just the prejudice shuts the door. And Dostupný domov is about to change that. It's a unique combination, EU, government, NGOs, communities, private partners working together and trying to build, we are essentially bringing the first essential stone so that on foundation of home, anything can be built. We have the holistic approach, right? Because we are tackling both the lack of supply of the housing uses and also the issue of discrimination. So with this cooperation, I'm checking the time. We might be short of the time, but don't let the limitation hold you back. You should vote for the, for the bright future, because Dostupný domov is not only a project. It's not just affordable housing. It's basically a bridge to the bright future. And this is all backed up by the partnership with the private sector, with the Slovenská sporiteľňa, which is Erste in Slovakia, reliable, devoted partner. It's built on solid and sustainable business model. So it's just not the grant, it's ongoing efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jure. Thank you very much indeed. Showcase number 4 is from Croatia. It's Hamag Bikro. Please welcome Ivan Krishanovic. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ivan Križanović, Hamag Bikro, Croatia, and Hamag Bikro is financial intermediary for financial instruments. For this video case study competition, we prepared 3 stories about 3 companies we provide by financing. Obviously, there is not enough time to describe all of them, so you can find detailed information in the video. It's very interesting stories. Basically, those companies are a perfect example of financial instrument support and give us valuable information about the importance of financial instruments. We approved financial instruments grants and the loans to those companies during Corona period, and financial instruments help those companies to adapt to new market situations and requirements to keep their employees, especially in the tourism sector, which was highly impacted by negative impacts of coronavirus, and even some of them expanded their businesses. Financial instruments have a significant role in supporting small businesses in Croatia, and it's very important to ensure further implementation of financial instruments. So support us, support our work like we supported our companies, and vote for us for Hamag Bikro. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very impressed by everybody keeping so well to time, and I've learned how to say Krishanovic. Sorry. Next, we have Ministry of Enterprises and Made in Italy, Smart and Start Italia, bolstering innovation through tech, with Anna Maria Fontana.
Good evening. I'm Anna Maria Fontana. I am the Managing Authority of the National Operational Program for Enterprise and Competitiveness for South Italy. So I am here for give you 2 stories. A story of a boy in Apulia that decided to help a child with autistic problem, and give something, a tool for the child, but also for people that work and life with them. So a tool with artificial intelligence and robotic. And the other story is a lady that have a farm and decided to improve with precision farming the life of workers, the saving water and other. So 2 stories from Apulia and Sicily. If you want to give another star for this story, vote for Italy.
Thank you very much, Anna Maria. Thank you. Showcase number 6. It's from Latvia, powering Latvia's innovators with Christine Kapuska and Alexeis Kanevius. Oh, it's just you.
It's only me.
That's fine.
Sorry for disappointment, it's only me. So yes, I'm representing a development finance institution in Latvia called Altums. And this year we decided to participate in showcase with our experience in implementation of venture capital financial instruments that are co-financed by ERDF. And actually we're using ERDF for equity and quasi-equity investments for several programming periods, but in discussions we still feel that this instrument somehow appears to be new for our stakeholders and it requires more discussions. And it's no surprise because it's a different way of thinking when we discuss equity. Especially for early stage investments, it's a lot deal about trust in idea, in vision, in a team, rather than assessing collateral or proven track record. And thinking beyond track record usually comes together with higher risk, but also can unlock a great potential and gives us opportunity to be a part of something remarkable. And speaking of remarkable, we've decided that the flagship startup this year would be a very interesting company, Vigo Health, that has a business ambition to solve global problem. And they are managed to make synergies between medicine, technology, and to provide smart assistant to patients that have survived stroke. And I was surprised to learn that only 10% of stroke survivals actually regain the full potential of their recovery. And this company is doing their best to make these people lives easier and to make their chances greater to get back to life. So if you're inspired, please don't hesitate to vote for us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Next we have from the Office of the Prime Minister of Malta, somebody who's just been on stage. It's Ryan DeCellis who's going to talk about EERE Malta propelling the green transition.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. ERE Malta initiative has proven to be a transformative tool in empowering individuals and companies to change their decision-making process. It also fosters a culture of basically aligning the company's strategy and also the individual's line of thought that we need to make a change. We need to go greener. We need to be more sustainable and go for low carbon economy and greener transitions. This is really important also, as we saw, with 73% of our eligibility going to green modes of transport. We are pushing for decarbonization of our fleets, both in terms of public and also in terms of public administration and also the companies. So basically, this is why you should vote for us. A vote for ERE is a vote for a better, greener future.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you very much. And the final showcase, please welcome Morphosis Capital Romania, Shaping Up Wellness in Romania. It's Andreea Arsine and David Masculic. I'm sorry. Yes, yes. And do tell me how to pronounce your surname.
Hello. I am honored to be here with you today as a representative of Stay Fit Gym in Romania at this prestigious showcase 2024. My name is Andreea Arsine. I'm a former Olympic athlete and general group manager for Stay Fit Gym. Our mission is to empower individuals to embrace a healthier lifestyle and transform each training session into a transformative habit. We strive to enhance the physical well-being and mental resilience of the Romanian population. That's why, because before pandemics in Romania, statistics revealed that over 60% of the population was inactive in 2020. The aftermath of the pandemics has further exacerbated mental health issues and due to stress related to the diseases and various restrictions. That's why we offer a very big variety of programs, including group classes, cycling programs, personal training sessions, children programs, iron stations, fitness programs, and now an innovative technology called Green Corner. This unique feature generates energy during workouts, allowing users to monitor their energy savings and personal progress through our app. By embracing this technology, we are committed to promoting sustainability within our community.
I think you need to leave 30 seconds to your...
Just very quickly, so as one of the youngest representatives at this conference, I would say that as part of Morphosis, we are very proud to support Stay Fit in this ambitious growth plan. The next 3 years will be amazing. Just two insights. So we have grown from 100 to 600 employees, and we have more than 75% of employees as women. We are one of the few private equity funds that have and maintain gender balance at both partner and investment team levels. So just as you can see on the stage, we are continuing to promote ESG as part of our investments. Thank you very much.
Thank you both so much. Thank you. Now, I heard the voting wasn't entirely fair on a different occasion. This time you are not allowed to vote for your own country. Okay? So, with that, please do vote. Please do vote by 2 p.m. tomorrow when the prizes for the top 3 will be given out. And now it's with great pleasure to just give you a little bit of information on what is happening next. If you haven't already figured out, you have to move from here to the 8th floor. On the 8th floor, we're going to have the Jam Sessions podcast live recording with speakers from DG Radio and the EIB. Apparently, this is a huge success. There are plenty of places there, so I know we might have some loss on the way from here up to the 8th floor, but please not too much more than 10% loss. Then at 19:30, 7:30 tonight, there's a networking cocktail taking place at the Beer Lab. Again, location details for everything and all of the program is available on the app. Apparently, there was a very high attendance rate for the networking cocktail. Some people are on a waiting list, but again, there's often spaces that turn up. So I would give it a go, and then you can talk about all of your questions, and we will be back here tomorrow morning, bright and early, with no hangovers. Have a lovely evening.